The House will come to order. Today, members, the Colorado Wing Color Guard will present the colors. Members, we'd like to thank the Colorado Wing Color Guard Civil Air Patrol, Cadet Master Sergeant Scala, Cadet Second Lieutenant Miller, Cadet Master Sergeant Barrow, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Melton, guests of Representative Weinberg, and House District 51. Thank you. Members, our Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by Trotter Watkins, Cameron Rosas, from Kim High School, Kim, Colorado, guests of Representative Winter, House District 47.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Then you can go that way.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon,
Excused.
Byrd, Bockenfeld,
Here.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Clifford, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Duran, English, Epps, Representative Epps.
Excused.
Evans is excused. Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook, Hernandez, Herod, Holtorf is excused. Judah, Joseph, Kip, Leader,
Here.
Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck,
Here.
Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez is excused. Marvin, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Rutinel, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Rep. Soper,
Excused.
Story, Taggart, Tatone, Valdez A,
Here.
Velasco, Vigil, Representative Vigil. Vigil's excused. Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present, 5 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, welcome to the first Monday after Daylight Savings Time. And because of that, I had a really sluggish Monday. I'm sure y'all did too. And so I didn't think of anything creative. So if you think we should abolish Daylight Savings, vote yes on the adoption of the journal. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that the journal of Friday, March 8th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for third reading.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 157 to the beginning of the third reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be moved to the beginning of the calendar. And Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1174 to the end of the third reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be moved. House Bill 1174 will be moved to the end of the third reading calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 157.
Senate Bill 157 by Senator Fenberg, also Representatives McCluskey and Degree Kennedy, concerning clarifying the application of the Colorado Open Meetings Law to the Colorado General Assembly.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 157 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition of this bill. We did not have a lot of time on Friday to discuss this, but I think one of the issues that we have, or that I have, is process. As many people know, the Colorado House Republican Caucus was also sued, and we were not engaged in conversations. When I was the assistant minority leader, there were conversations with the minority leader at the time and myself about engaging on this bill as it comes forward, but it does not seem those conversations happened. And on a bill that deals with transparency, it would be helpful if I would consider us a partner, but even as stakeholders, to have been engaged in a bill about transparency and an issue that affects all of us in this chamber. And that did not happen. And because of that, I stand in opposition of this bill today and urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 157? Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, I rise to make a few comments regarding this bill because none were made during the second reading, which concerned me. But it appears that we do have some further comments coming, so I'm not as concerned now. But we shouldn't just vote on a bill with no comments or no debate when we're changing a half-century-old law that was imposed by the voters upon this body by a 20-point margin in 1974, and this body fought that law all the way to the Colorado Supreme Court and lost in a unanimous decision that said, yes, you too have to follow the open meeting laws. In 1982, that decision came down. So it's understandable that the Freedom of Information people are quite upset. It's my understanding that there isn't a single organization that's been in support of this bill or these changes at this moment, and no one testified in favor of it in committee. I'm not as worried about that in many respects because the Freedom of Information people are quite upset that we're changing the law. Yet I've made the point we weren't following the law at all. We weren't following any of those laws. It was blatant and open and obvious because we needed some reforms, and reforms need to happen. It was fairly disappointing, though, in the attitude towards any kind of reform from many members of this body in terms of being upset that we can't operate this way. Well, we put laws on the business community all the time who say the same thing and we expect them to follow them. We put laws on our individuals to follow for gun laws and we expect them to follow them. So it's disappointing that we just say, throw up our arms and say it's too hard to follow these, we won't follow them. So there is no question many of these rules make it difficult to do the job and we need reforms. I'll just point to two of the items in the bill which are making progress, but we may have overshot the goal, where electronic communications never should have been considered an open meeting. They're documents. They should be documents subject to KORA, and this bill recognizes that and does an outstanding job for that. But without any retention requirement for those documents, go right back to automatic deletion, and they will never be open and transparent to the individuals who might want to have an ability to see what we're doing, which is their right, or should be their right. The second item that also makes some adjustments which are trying to go in the right direction, but we may have overshot the goal, is saying we only apply the open meeting law to contemporaneous quorums. Well, the problem with that is the old problem with a walking quorum, where instead you just break up the quorum into multiple small meetings. And we have a history of seeing that happen. There was in Ohio, they had an open meeting law. A city council of 13 members, the city manager brought 3 in at a time, 9 of the 13, talked to each group of 3 individually with that group in order to avoid their open meeting laws, and the court struck that down. Same issue in Douglas County last year. We had 4 of 7 members who looked right at everyone and said, no, we didn't violate the open meeting law. We only talked to each other on the phone one-on-one, all between the 4 of us. Not one time were all 4 of us on a conference call, not one time were we all in a room. It was all just one-on-one conversations. We came to a decision to fire the superintendent, and only 2 of us were sent to go fire him. Well, the court in that case said, not only, you didn't just violate the spirit of the law, you violated the very purpose of the law. So again, the contemporaneous component is a very difficult one to thread, but it's very important because we've already just given a roadmap to basically violate the entire open meeting law's purpose without some kind of guardrails around that. So again, we definitely need some reforms. But I had a very savvy colleague who, when I first discovered how rampant and difficult so many of these things were, I exclaimed, I don't understand why we haven't addressed this before. And the comment back was, well, if we actually get something that we can actually live with, we'll be expected to live with it. So I hope we can get somewhere where we have something where we can be expected to live with it so we can keep the confidence of the people who send us here. So unfortunately, just for those two items that overshoot where I think we need to go, even though we're going in the right direction, I'm going to be a no, but I applaud the fact that we are trying to address this issue now, and I applaud the fact that we're putting together a committee to look at it every year to make some adjustments, because I think adjustments will need to be made. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that we are pushing directly against what the people want in this. I understand there needs to be some procedural changes when it comes to digital communication. I understand that when this law was made, that stuff didn't exist. And so obviously we need to do some of that. But this really pushes against the way the people are looking at this body. We're constantly pushing our will in this room, and I use the word our very loosely. We're constantly pushing the will of the legislature onto the businesses, onto the people, onto the communities that we live in. And all they're saying is, we want to know what's happening. And now we're making more laws and rules that say, no, we're going to keep some of that from you. And the reason is because we want to. Not because of a legal right or a constitutional right. It's the other way around. The people have said, we demand to know. That's why we have open meeting laws. That's why we have KORA. We demand to know this information. And it is the right of the people to know what we are doing in this house. We represent people. We don't represent political ideologies. We represent people. And we're working hard to keep this information from the people. And this truly is, I mean, it's not obviously 100%, because my representative colleague that just came down here is from the opposite party of me, but for the most part, this is a partisan issue. Our party is trying to say, no, let's get the information out there to the people. And it appears to me that the other party is saying, no, let's keep this information to ourselves and not let the people know what's going on. And so fundamentally, I totally disagree with this bill. Somewhere there, we have to stop what we are doing in this house. It gets worse every single day. And this is just another pylon that says we're going to do what we want, when we want, and oh, by the way, now we're not even going to tell you what's going on. So I strongly stand against this bill.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker Pro Tem. I thought that was you. Okay. I like it when I know what's going on. It's always nice when it's somebody else. All right. Maybe it's a lack of misunderstanding on this bill, but that might have to do with the nature of what we're doing in this body of what used to be or should be a deliberative body and has now become a rapid pass-through of bills, of legislation that's going to go into red books that grow and grow and grow. And it hits committee, sure, with some stakeholding. Gets a rubber stamp out of committee, and then it comes to the floor and gets a rubber stamp here because we're all too busy stakeholdering the next bill so we can process a minimum of 500 in approximately 100 working days. And I say that because it's a level of transparency that the people of Colorado know nothing about. And the people of Colorado do not know what goes on in this room or the other room or really any other part of the building. I have yet to talk to any constituent that says, you know what we need? You know what I need in my life? I need some people from all around the state that really know nothing about my life, and I really need them to add some legislation to my life. That would make me complete. That would make me whole. And when I ask them, how many laws do you think a body can make? And I would ask the youth over here, I won't directly since that would violate protocol, how many laws? I never get an answer above 50, and that's a stretch. And then you tell them 500, and their jaw just drops because they know that 100 people are not going to come up with 100 good ideas in 100 days and process them and think through all of the unintended consequences. So I say that, and I'm looking around at the gallery here because this gallery is here. Now it's mostly empty, and then we have it for guests and all that, but that gallery is here so that people can come and watch the proceedings of a deliberative body and see how the sausage is made. Now, electronically, we've put that into the dark recesses of our processes. And we say, well, it's inconvenient for us. Well, that government governs best, which governs least. Expediting government is a horrible way to get good government. It's a great way to get worse government. And it was brought up how these meetings with stakeholders at some point need to be kind of kept secret. And I'm thinking, why would a law that's going into a red book that will affect every single Coloradan all of a sudden need to have secret stakeholder conversations? Because that should all occur in front of the gallery. Because every bill that's passed through here, despite the fact that most Coloradans have no idea the shenanigans that pass through here, that every single Coloradan is a stakeholder on every single bill. And if they want to see what's on that bill, the process should be easier, not harder. So the fact that we are piling on to the citizens of Colorado so that we can show them that we're good legislators when our job here is to be representatives and to secure the rights of those Coloradans, not to micromanage them away with niggling rules and regulations. De Tocqueville talked about that. Just the continual crushing of the people under law and rule and law and rule. Yet we do it every day, and now we want to do it with a little less transparency. And most of the consideration that goes into passing a bill is I'll pass yours if you pass mine.
Representative DeGraff, thank you for making your arguments. I do believe you're beginning to characterize people with rubber stamping, making deals, and shenanigans. So if we could keep it maybe to the crux of the topic of the bill.
Thank you. Okay. My point is, why don't we have an open forum? We have a gallery. That gallery, again, is for the people of Colorado at every level to be able to watch what we do. We have added so much to the process of piling onto them that we now do it electronically and we do it outside of this room to the point where the gallery is effectively useless. Now we have essentially what we have the people of Colorado in these KORA laws, and I appreciate the history lesson on them, but we have these KORA laws that are to essentially give the people of Colorado their gallery back, give the transparency back. The people want more transparency. They don't want more laws We give them more laws, and now we want to give them less transparency into those laws. So when I started this, I was really surprised that we did not have a system like the military has. I mean, that could be, because that could be CORAD at any point, or Freedom of Information Act, that they could reach into my emails at any point. Somebody could. I didn't have to go through a process of going through my own server that's in some back room at a gas station. They would just go in and reach into my emails anytime they wanted to, and I couldn't believe that we don't have that. That if somebody wants to CORA me back to January of 2023, that I have to go through and I have to find them, and then they have to be redacted, and they have to go through a whole process of paying for it. When if we had a system that was internal, we could just, OLLS could just turn them over and say, there you go. But we have an opaque process. Even in that, even with the CORA, we have a very opaque process. This is going to make it more opaque. That is not the way to build trust with the people of Colorado. I would like to see more transparency. If that slows down the wheels of what I wouldn't say is progress, then so be it. Our job is to represent, our job is not to legislate. And this is to protect legislation. You don't need to protect representation. So I think there's some consideration that needs to be made, because the CORA process is cumbersome and abused. But the way to make the CORA process better is not to restrict access by citizens. If we need to make the process better and we need to streamline it, we need to make it more transparent, and we need to figure out what we need to do to streamline getting those records out to people, even if that means making them open source. But the solution cannot be increased opacity of this. We need transparency. The people need to be able to access those records quickly. They are stakeholders on everything we do. They are absolutely stakeholders on everything we do, and we need to make getting them the information easy, not make our jobs easy. So I would really recommend a no vote on this. And we need to rethink our jobs as representatives over our scorecards as legislators.
Thank you, Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. This bill's an interesting one. Last session, several bills went through, and then there was a lawsuit, which both parties and everyone was involved. Certain people were named of it, but all of us, all members here in this chamber, were in it. We then had subsequent calls with OLLS on do's and don'ts, and everything proceeded. And it was discussed. The judge said, until you get legislation, this is the standing. Now, our side would have been happy if the judge had vacated all the bills, but that's a different argument. What is interesting with this piece of legislation is, of all of us that were sued, all 65 members, our half of the caucus didn't get included in the discussions. We didn't get to review, we didn't get to provide input, and yet we were sued, just like everyone else was. We didn't get to provide feedback, we didn't get to have a discussion. We couldn't tell our constituents what was going on, because I was asked down in my district what's happening from the lawsuit. We're like, well, we understand there's going to be changes. The judge said there needs to be changes. So when the people are asking me and I can't give them an answer except I don't know, and I come up here and I ask and the answer is, well, we're not included, that's not a really good answer. People don't like that answer. They don't like, it's okay to tell them you don't know, but say I'll come back with an answer. But when we come back and we don't get included because we're told, nope, we're not part of these discussions, that's unacceptable.
If we're going to make changes, if we're going to do legislation, we, on the minority side, should have been included because we were part of the lawsuit. I, and like everybody else here, was named in that lawsuit. Some of us were named by name, others were named as part of a caucus. But yet we don't get to provide feedback in a proposed legislation. I fundamentally disagree with that. And my constituents disagree because they want to know what's going on. I owe them an answer, and this legislation owes to be discussed amongst all 65 of us here, not just a partisan piece that's pushed through. I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
I always come after tall people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's okay. Speaker Pro Tem. Just today.
Okay. So, good morning, members. I come from local government. I come from county government, and that's a type of government that's very close to the people by design. And it's one of the most powerful things about local government, and one of the reasons why I will always stand to support local government. And people make records requests all the time of local government. They pay attention to who's meeting, when they're meeting, how they're meeting. They pay attention. And that's good because it keeps us honest. There are reasons why these laws exist. There's reasons why sunshine laws exist. It's to keep politicians honest and transparent, because it hasn't been that many years ago when they didn't exist, and deals were done in the middle of the night in back rooms where there was no transparency. I'm a big believer in transparent government. I think it's really interesting that we are legislating this, and I completely agree. We need to update the law to reflect current forms of communication, 100%. I'm on board with that, all day long. Let's make sure that our laws reflect the means of communication that are currently available. Some of the members from my caucus have spoken about their frustration around our caucus not being involved in this conversation, and I agree, because this is a broader conversation. This is not just about a few people. It's about every single person who does the business of the people under this dome. But I'll tell you, I'm far less concerned that our caucus wasn't included, and I am much more concerned that those who we are building walls to exclude were not at the table. What do the citizens think about this? Were they included? I'm kind of feeling like if we weren't included, they might not have been included. There's not a lot of transparency around that. I think it's really important that we, before we vote to send this on, that we reflect on who we have talked to, who agrees, who's on board with this, and make sure that the people that sent us here to do their business are 100% on board, 100%, because they deserve nothing less. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam
Speaker Pro Tem?
Only for however long. No. Thank you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I'd just like to talk to Roman numeral 2 on page 6. When we start carving out exceptions to conversations of this nature, we're on a very slippery slope. In all my years in local government, we had an attorney by our side reminding us in these types of conversations when we were fine within the Colorado Open Meetings Law and when we were not. We can't afford in this body to have an attorney on every one of these conversations, or the cost to our taxpayers would be astronomical. And inevitably, under Roman numeral 2, if you get into some of these discussions, it could in fact roll over to something that should not be discussed. And it is always good to have legal advice that says you have now stepped into that and you need to be exceptionally careful and/or this needs to stop right here and now. Without some clause in here on these particular issues, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned as an individual now. I'm opening myself up to a legal liability if I'm not diligent in that conversation and knowing when I can start and when I can stop on a particular conversation. This is much too broad. There's much that could happen here, not to mention what has been discussed, that we need to be transparent at all times. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in opposition to this bill. I'm going to give you my reasoning why. This weekend I was contacted by constituents, had a few phone conversations, and I read a few news articles this weekend, and to me, it seems like not only some of my constituents feel like they weren't part of the process, but actually some of the media that I was reading this weekend kind of feels like they weren't part of the process, and it was rushed through. One thing that it kind of harkens to and reminds me of is the conversations I had with my constituents about the way we ended session last year with the proposition that we all dealt with and how it kind of showed up in committee, made it through committee, and then ended up on the House floor. This bill pushes up against transparency, and from the people that have spoke on both sides of this issue in this chamber has basically said that their constituents want to know more. Now, I agree with my colleagues on both sides that there are some changes that do need to be made. I mean, there's work to be done. The way we communicate nowadays is different with email and technology. I understand that there are some works that have to be done to make this kind of legislation happen that is free and transparent, not only for our constituents, but for everybody else involved. We all know that there are things that need to be brushed up on and looked at as time changes. But I will also refer to what the minority leader said. We weren't fully involved. We don't feel that our constituents and stakeholders were fully involved in this process. And I truly believe that we missed an opportunity for both sides, along with our citizens, to get together and try to come up with a piece of legislation that would make all sides happy. We didn't have much debate on this Friday. It kind of just happened the way it did. And I think that, this is a time to speak about it, but I also think that there's a lot of work that can be done on this. I think that we need to be open, fair, and honest. We need to get the word out to the public that we're working on this bill. The good representative from El Paso County said that that's what this chamber is for, and that's what this process is for. And I think it's important that we do that, and I think that we should, all get together and make a little noise that, this bill is coming through. And for those reasons, I move to refer Senate Bill 157, re-refer Senate Bill 157 back to Judiciary Committee. That way we can get the citizenry and ourselves involved in the stakeholdering process of this bill.
There's a motion before us to re-refer Senate Bill 157 back to the House Judiciary Committee. That is a proper motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I ask for a no vote on that motion. I think there was ample opportunity for the Judiciary Committee to consider. There was opportunity for members to participate in discussion during second reading, and here we are in third reading. So I think everyone knows what's in the bill. We're ready to vote on it. I ask for a no vote on this motion.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I fully agree with the suggestion made by our colleague, and I would ask for a yes vote on this motion. I want to be very clear that when you hear it said that there was ample time for opportunity for discussion, I didn't get to hear all of the testimony in judiciary contemporaneously, having been removed from it, but I did go back and listen to it all, and both the questions and the comments made it very clear that well-meaning folks were misinformed about elements of this bill, about the direction it's going to take. And given what we've seen in the past year, I don't say this as a threat, I say it as a statutory reality of how folks in both parties have had to take to the courts to resolve an issue that could have been fixed here. It's absolutely appropriate that this gets sent back to judiciary. I want to just add that there's something particularly noxious about a bill that's ostensibly about transparency, being one at which the folks who are most involved in working on transparency bills are not being heard. Please vote yes.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker Pro Tem. One more time, I want to ask you all for a yes vote on this motion. What do we have to hide? What does it take to kick it back and go through it one more time to make sure we get the process right? Now that we've talked about this bill, this gives us all a chance to email our constituents, ask them if they would like to testify. At this point, I don't see why there would even be an issue re-referring back to the committee. So I urge you all, for the sake of transparency, please vote yes on the motion.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Temporary Speaker Pro Temporary.
To the bill, no, sorry.
Did I get that right?
To the motion, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I would like to support this motion. I think sending it back, I'm never a big proponent for the idea that it made it through committee. It made it through committee, they asked some questions. Making it through committee should just be an initial screen, like, hey, we think that this deserves the consideration of the floor. And was there a whole lot of debate on Friday over it with the 20 other bills? I guess not. Does that mean it was vetted? No, it does not. Does that mean our process is completely broken, fouled up beyond anything recognizable? Yes, it does. So this all or nothing that we have, and especially in regards to something where we're supposed to be, where we're talking about not just minor points of transparency, but we're talking about this with multiple bills, multiple things that are coming up. This is becoming a very disturbing trend, that we're looking at multiple ways to cut the citizens out from the operations of the government because they just kind of muck things up.
Representative DeGraff, please talk to the motion to refer back to judiciary, if you could, please.
Absolutely. So sending it back to judiciary should just, there's questions. And it should come back out of, and whether it should come back out of judiciary. Now some more questions have been raised. Now people are aware. Now people can become more engaged, where perhaps before they weren't because they didn't know it was even coming up. So I think of this in the terms of a scientific discussion where it's something that you falsify, that you continue to prove, you look for ways to prove that it's wrong. You look for things to dispute about it. You find all of those things and you eliminate them one by one if you can. You don't hide, so it should go back to judiciary. Send it back to judiciary, bring up some more questions, answer those questions, see then if it's ready for a full deliberative process on the floor where we all deliberate it. And if it's something that this needs to be resolved, well, maybe going back to judiciary, you just find out that this is not the solution. Maybe there's a different solution that we need to do that actually makes more transparency and streamlines the process. Not necessarily an all or nothing. I don't understand why we are averse to deliberation. Should it have been more deliberated on Friday? Apparently so. Lots of things should have been deliberated on Friday. So I won't speak to a process that values quantity over quality. So I think this should definitely go back to judiciary. I think the awareness of the public of what this and of the media, it will probably get a little bit more attention, and that's good because we're talking about transparency. We're talking about the gallery that is over our heads where the citizens of Colorado can come and watch what's going on, and the electronic process should just extend that. There shouldn't be parts of the gallery that are closed because we don't want the citizens of Colorado to know what's going on.
Representative DeGraff, I don't think we're debating whether or not the gallery should be open and whether or not what we all intend for citizens to hear. If you could.
The virtual gallery, which is our electronic communications, because again, every single Coloradan is a stakeholder to every single thing that goes on that will go into those red books, because they will affect every single Coloradan. So there's no stakeholder meeting, there's no stakeholder conversation that should not include potentially all of the people of Colorado. That is the antithesis of stakeholding. So I urge and I vote, send this back to judiciary. Let's get the scrutiny on it. If it doesn't pass muster with the citizens of Colorado, then good. That'll save a level of lawsuit in the future. We shouldn't make the people of Colorado have to go to court to find out what's going on in this room.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I just want to point out the fact that this bill is a total of 7 pages long. The functional part of this bill is 3 pages long. It's been through an entire chamber already where it went through a committee. And in Judiciary in the House, my colleagues on the other side asked exactly 0 questions. Folks, this has been debated. We can debate further now. At this point, if it wasn't debated, we have to look inward and see what kind of, and I'm not casting aspersions here, but what kind of preparation was done on your part or not. I urge a no vote on this motion.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to refer Senate Bill 157 back to the House Judiciary Committee? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. For those of you who are remote, please raise, hold on one second. Okay. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Valdez votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. With the vote of okay, sorry. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. Okay. Vote of 19 aye, 42 no, and 4 excused. The motion fails. Now back to debate on Senate Bill 157. Is there further discussion? Representative Epps.
Is that as high as it goes? Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I oppose Senate Bill 157 for primarily just one simple reason, and that's that I support transparency, integrity, consistency, parity. There were comments made by some of our colleagues across the proverbial aisle who described a process of rubber stamping. That's not what happened with this bill. I myself came and testified as a community member, came and testified in Judiciary Committee and opposed it. Folks have said that the other party, here Democrats, are trying to race this through. That's not the essential element of what's happening here at all. We have been, and most of us still are, actively in current violation of Colorado law, and that has been a bipartisan process for going on 50 years. That is not a Democratic problem. What I will note is that while it wasn't a Democratic problem of creation, this was an opportunity, y'all, for Democrats to take the lead on fixing this. And 157 fails woefully in that. Good governance is not and need not be a partisan issue. Someone mentioned that if you go to the Secretary of State's website, you'll see no one registered supporting this bill. That's significant, but just as significant is if you look and see who opposes it. The wide range of groups from the far left to the relative far left to the far right who oppose it, and they do so for good reason. I was asked in considering this bill by colleagues, why didn't I just ask leadership to fix this? Why didn't I just go to leadership privately versus doing something as publicly as a lawsuit? And I had to do a double take because I certainly can be a person who gets in my own head. And it occurred to me, you don't think? I went to leadership as a new legislator. We were sworn in January 9th of last year. On January 11th was the first time I went to leadership, again and again, privately, seeking solutions to COML, the violations that I had not just witnessed but was participating in. And after 6 months of effort, I had to conclude that the General Assembly was unable or unwilling to address COML on its own. In looking at 157, I have to imagine that the drafters here, I don't mean the drafters, but the sponsors, certainly remembered that we had to file a lawsuit in which our goal was to usher the legislature into a workable, open, and transparent governmental framework. And all my congratulations to the drafters of the Ledge Deck, because its goals as outlined are exactly on point. The problem is the disconnect with what the bill actually does. I'm not assigning any moral fault to current or past colleagues, but I want to recognize that I come from, by my demographics and by my life experience, I come from a space where it is not the default that I get to trust my government. And so I was deeply committed to doing my part to make my state government one I could have trust in. It was many months into the session that would be the session that tees up 157 before I learned that at least one other colleague was similarly distressed. We'd been working on this in a parallel way, and while some may say that we came from fairly distant ends of the Democratic political spectrum, we converge on what should be the fulcrum of our party and others, which is a commitment to integrity. I want you to understand, colleagues, what this means for you, what this being 157 means for you as legislators in your work. There was mention of a walking quorum. I want you to understand exactly what we're talking about here. It means that at the end of last session, when the speaker took people in groups of 2s and 3s to talk about a procedural vote that was a major issue, when she did that, and did that to avoid a quorum, that is what the law calls a bad faith attempt at circumvention. This bill legalizes that. No Coloradan who wishes to avail themselves of the open meetings law, first of all, they're not allowed on the floor. So let's say they knew when it was going to happen and where it was going to happen and the agenda for the small meetings. They cannot come on the floor. The bill would say this is, you cannot come on the floor and follow each one of us into these meetings. And a right that cannot be accessed is not a right at all. There's been mention today of, I'm characterizing because I don't remember the exact phrase, but of smoke and mirrors and backdoor deals and closed door meetings. Understand, I don't mean to sound like the pessimist I am, but I don't think we can legislate that away if it happens. I'm never going to be the person that's invited to those meetings. That was long before I was here. Nothing has changed in that way. This bill, and my objection to it, is focused on those of you who are good faith legislators and community members. If you are a legislator acting in good faith, based on this bill, in its refusal to address the 2 ways in which we remain in violation of the law, you can't have committee of reference meetings with your colleagues. Well, you can, but there's a pseudo-binary, a trinary, is that a thing? You have 3 choices. You can have the meeting and the public be meaningfully allowed in, which I think is a non-option for those small meetings. You can not have the meeting and not be doing the work of properly preparing for your constituents. Or you can have the meeting and be breaking the law. Those are untenable choices. Session's about 4 months long. Last year, on January 30th, the last day of our first month, I decided that that conflict was too great and I never came again to another breakfast or lunch during the session because that tension was too great. All of us are involved in making the laws that govern our community members' behavior and the consequences thereof, but understand that on the Judiciary Committee, the decisions we were making every day were deciding whether or not a person got to stay in this country, access to whether they would be deported or not, whether they could keep custody of children, whether they could keep their liberty. That was the magnitude of our decisions. And I could not be a part of a body that was breaking a rule when every Tuesday and Wednesday or whatever it was, we were making decisions that every other Coloradan was expected to follow. On the other hand, there were our committee of reference meetings. You all know, but for folks who may not know, I mean our committees, so Judiciary, Energy and Environment, opportunities to meet with our colleagues. We have to be able to do that. And I think you're underestimating community if you think, with respect to my friends in the media and the First Amendment world, you're really underestimating folks if you don't think they can understand that sometimes you need to talk to your colleagues without members of the other party there. That should be permitted in a way, and this bill doesn't do that. So this bill leaves you in a position where if you're on the Education Committee, you can't talk as a group with your colleagues on the Education Committee unless it is public. That is an unacceptable choice. There was mention of stakeholding, and I just need to name that. I just need to name the gross absence of not just folks on the other side of the aisle, y'all too, but the 2 groups of stakeholders, the ones who are at the heart of the law, again with respect to our friends in the media, are regular Coloradans who don't have a press credential and are legislators who want to act in good faith. I do not think you can do your job. I do not think I can do my job for House District 6, in which you sit, without participating in meetings with my colleagues. And this bill does not give you the opportunity to do that. It would leave us in a position where bodies that have never meaningfully been considered state public bodies, affinity caucuses, are now bound by something that when the Speaker has leadership meetings, I oppose 157, and I'll
sorry.
ask that you do as well.
Representative Epps, you have a minute left, a little less than that. Apologies.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I want to remind you that what the representative from Douglas County said is correct. It took a long time for me to understand why in the world wouldn't we fix this? And the only conceivable answer is because if we have a workable rule, we would be expected to follow that rule. I hope we will, through some fluke of conscience and consistency with the rest of Colorado, vote this down and give this the opportunity to be fixed correctly.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate this conversation and debate this morning. I think that this is actually an incredibly difficult policy area to solve because, you know, as we tried to thread the needle and figure out the right way to define the different terms in the statute, it inevitably errs one side or the other. And while I heard a lot of criticisms of the policy today, some of which were very specific and potentially actionable, but others that were just very broad, what I did not hear a lot of, I heard a couple of ideas, but what I did not hear a lot of was solutions to how do we solve these problems. So I want to recap briefly the three main things that this bill does to open up the conversation so that if there's a future legislature that wants to dig back into this question and can find a better solution than this one did, they have every right to do so. This bill does three main things. One, it defines that all written communications, electronic or otherwise, are subject to KORA, not the Open Meetings Law. If anyone in this room has ideas about how a written electronic communication could, in any conceivable way, be an open meeting where the public has access, we are all ears, but we have not heard that in the last several months as we've been discussing this conversation. The second big thing this bill does is defines public business for the purpose of what must be an open meeting and what must not. Both of our caucuses have interpersonal issues, we have logistical issues, we have lunch orders from time to time, we have conversations in the interim before legislation is even drafted where we're just brainstorming about what should we work on, what do we care about, what are you hearing from your constituents? I don't know, what are you hearing from your constituents? What we've done with the definition of public business is we have said, introduce legislation, drafted legislation that's being discussed by a quorum. Those are the things that are the public business definition for the purpose of this bill. So either of those things must be in a public meeting if there is a quorum meeting. I'm sorry, a public meeting regardless, but a public meeting with notice and minutes if there is a quorum meeting. And then the last thing we did in this bill was we defined a quorum to be contemporaneous. Now, these questions about a walking quorum or bad faith workarounds, these are valid questions to discuss. But I have not heard a better solution than the one we have found in this bill. Because I don't think anyone in here would suggest that we should stop having one-on-one conversations. At least I haven't heard anyone suggest we should stop having one-on-one conversations. When I go to my town hall meetings, when I hear from my constituents, you know what they want? They want me to be doing more communicating. They want to know why we're not having more conversations across the aisle amongst each other to try to figure out how to find good solutions to these problems. And so, what we've done by defining a contemporaneous quorum is we're not saying that these aren't open meetings. Any meeting between two legislators is still an open meeting. All we are saying is that for the notice requirement and the minutes requirement, those only apply when you have a contemporaneous quorum meeting. I think that it's, you know, as we reflect on these three things that we're doing in the bill, none of this is shielding the public from being able to see what we're doing. I think that it is fair to say that these are clarifications and definitions of how this bill is supposed to operate. And as I said before, we're not trying to pretend we got it perfectly right. But I have not yet heard better solutions. I have not heard how we can preserve one-on-one conversations while still providing 24-hour notice for any conversation between two legislators. And to be clear, even those folks who are criticizing this issue are not saying, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouths, no one is saying that we should cut off one-on-one conversations. But how do you define? Is it collective decision-making? Is it the question of intent, that someone is intentionally doing a bad faith workaround? Maybe so, but we didn't exactly solve that question. So what we're doing here today is saying, if you've got a contemporaneous quorum of a committee, of a caucus, of the entire House, you must provide notice before you have the meeting, and you must keep minutes of the meeting. But any other meeting of two legislators,
still an open meeting. That is what we have done in this bill. We've defined public business. We have made clear that electronic written communications fall under KORA, not the open meetings law. These are not crazy things that we're working on today. These are attempting to clarify and make workable this law. Did we solve every single problem that has come up in this conversation? No. But we think we made meaningful progress on solving some of the problems that have made it difficult for people to understand how they are supposed to operate under the open meetings law in Colorado. This is a common sense bill. This makes good steps forward so we all know how to follow these rules moving forward. And like I said, if other legislators want to continue this work in the years ahead, please do so. But for today, we think this is a great bill, and we hope you vote yes.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And colleagues, governance is hard. My door is open. For those of you that came to see me when this bill was introduced February 13th, I am grateful to you. For those of you that felt as though your voice was not heard in the process, please hear me when I say my door was and remains open. In Judiciary Committee, there were not many comments or questions asked, and on Friday, my colleague and I were prepared for a robust debate to work through the conversations that are now bubbling up now. On second reading debate, this chamber was quiet. And I'm sorry for that. That was a missed opportunity. But fortunately, we put a provision into this bill that will allow Executive Committee once a year to do an annual review of open meetings law, to take public testimony, and to continue to wrestle with some of the important issues that you all have raised. I also want to make it clear that when we heard this bill in committee, there was a suggestion that because these rules are challenging and difficult to comply with, we should exempt the legislative branch. We should exempt ourselves from open meetings law. And if there is one thing that is crystal clear to me, it is that our public demands transparency and openness. But yes, it is difficult. We are grappling with hundreds of policy decisions. We are having to engage with one another multiple times a day, sometimes an hour. But that's good because that's the democratic process. Democracy thrives when deliberation and listening and learning and connections are made. That is what we are called to do. In this bill, we have tried to ensure that our public has access to any meetings where there is a contemporaneous quorum, our caucus meetings, committees of reference caucus meetings. We want those to be available. I want to thank the representative from Douglas County, who has brought forward suggestions as this bill was moving through the process. And I will lift up that I have agreed with his input around KORA. We talked about establishing a records retention policy for KORA, something that current law does not now provide. There were other discussions about how our written and electronic communications could be more visible, better available to the public. I think those conversations are worthy, and I hope that he and I can continue discussing those as other bills move through the process. I also want to mention that last year, there were times when there were small group meetings in my office. I remember one in particular that I believe has been referenced here today, when we were talking about a protest on a budget decision that had been brought by our friends across the aisle. And after that had occurred on the floor, there were a myriad of questions from my caucus. So in small groups, because we were doing floor work, we were talking to each other. We were listening to each other about how that process had happened. It was not in preparation of a vote. It was not in trying to hide something from our public. It was in sharing an experience with one another. I want to close today by saying that your support on this bill is important. Again, we have more work to do, but you, like I, were elected to come here, represent the voices of your constituents, be a leader on topics that are vast and challenging, on solving problems that Colorado is facing. I am committed to openness and transparency. I know you are as well. Join me in saying yes and voting yes on Senate Bill 157. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 157 on third and final reading. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. I'll repeat, Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. The vote of 39 aye, 22 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 157 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1332.
House Bill 1332 by Representatives Young and Sirota, also Senators Buckner and Michelson-Janae, concerning continuing the rulemaking authority of the Executive Director of the Department of Early Childhood and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1332 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1332 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 16 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1332 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1149.
House Bill 1149 by Representatives Byrd and Frizzell, also Senators Roberts and Kirkmeyer, concerning modifications to requirements for prior authorization of benefits under health benefit plans.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1149 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1149 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Please close the machine. With 55 ayes, 6 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1149 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1172.
House Bill 1172 by Representatives Taggart and Byrd, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Mullica, concerning county revitalization authorities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1172 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1172 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 9 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1172 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1321.
House Bill 1321 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senator Roberts, concerning aligning the Colorado statutes with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners' financial model laws.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1321 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1321 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 1 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1321 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 63.
Senate Bill 63 by Senators Rich and Coleman, also Representative Taggart, concerning the confidentiality of discussions in a peer support setting.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 63 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 63 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 1 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 63 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1107.
House Bill 1107 by Representatives Lindstedt and Byrd, also Senator Bridges, concerning judicial review of a local land use decision.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1107 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is from an unaffiliated voter who's worried about 1107 and that it might be that they're, I won't say misrepresenting, but maybe a lack of understanding based on perspective, the impacts of the bill, and avoiding it in practice take away the First Amendment rights to redress grievances. So residential use appeals, from their study, on average 6 or 7 times a year in all of Colorado, just 6 or 7 of 306 cities, counties, and towns in Colorado, 1 appeal for every 50 local governments. It's very rare. Residential development is not being killed by unsuccessful appeals. And they go on to say it's a fabricated talking point. In all of 2022, just 5 appeals were filed, and citizens won 3 of them. Judges ruled in favor of the community groups in 3 of those appeals. Only 1 was lost, 1 was dismissed. Appeals are a very important part of democracy. The concern is that if it passes, it will essentially end all appeals of residential land use decisions of Colorado, and you can take away the right of the citizens to redress grievances. As the First Amendment demands, local government officials are human. They make mistakes. Rule 106 is the only way to appeal when a mistake is made in approving a residential land use proposal, such as a rezoning. And keep in mind that we're looking that that the General Assembly is looking at doing massive amounts of rezoning for all of Colorado. Citizens have no other recourse, none. Those 3 developments that judges found broke the laws are mistakes by local governments that would have not been corrected. By the proponent's admission, the intent of 1107 is to make appeals so potentially expensive that citizens and communities will not be able to risk filing them. It already costs $50,000 to $100,000 for a citizen or community group to appeal a decision. 1107 raises that potential cost to $250,000. No working class or middle class community can take that risk. This is an attempt to fix something that is not broken. The idea that residential development is being stifled by Rule 106 appeals is a non-existent crisis fabricated to push through special interest legislation. It will do nothing to increase the housing in Colorado. It's in the data, so please ignore the rhetoric, with all the other misguided changes that pushing through. Citizen Rule 106 stands in order to address the unintended consequences of the governor's agenda. I would disagree there and say that the consequences are not unintended. But what we have is we have a process that is in place for citizens to petition the government to address grievances. Does that process slow government down? I would say yes, it is designed to slow government down. So if you want to, the way to fix that issue is not to limit the voice of the citizens. If this 106 process needs to be revisited, it needs to be revisited from the lens of increasing the power of the citizen over its government. Again, that government is best which governs least. Those are foundational principles that we have. We don't need a government that can move rapidly over the property rights of its citizens in the attempt to abolish all private property. What we need is a government that is responsive to its citizens. The 106 process is really kind of it's a stopgap. We've talked about how much money it costs, so it's not something that's going to be undertaken lightly. So this is not going to be, the 106 process is not something where the citizens of Colorado just rush into because spending $100,000 to $150,000 is fun. They're taking on this process as a last-ditch effort, and as you can see from these statistics, 3 out of 5 ruled in favor of the citizens. So it was not without merit. And then you look at the citizens paying the taxpayers, paying the cost of the legal fees, and then the group having to pay the cost of the legal fees, so the citizens would be paying for the legal to defend the government, and then the people through the 106 taking on that challenge would then, my understanding, be that they would have to pay the legal fees of challenging the government. So I get the intent. There are downsides to having that. But again, a land use decision that reaches the point of contention where the citizen is willing to risk $150,000, the citizens group rather, is willing to raise and risk $150,000, should say, well, that's a pretty serious threshold. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to have a threshold that has to be achieved. That they have to demonstrate that they're serious about what they're doing. But you have to allow that process. And there's no project that has to be expedited so quickly that it's worth cutting out the First Amendment rights of the citizen to petition their government over a grievance. If we need to fix the 106 process, it's to make it easier for the citizen to have their grievance addressed, not more difficult. So I urge a no vote still on 107. I hope that we will do a better job of representing the people of Colorado and not have such a focus on legislating the people of Colorado. Our job is to secure the rights of the individual, not to make a government that moves so quickly that the people cannot keep up. I urge a no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1107 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 24 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1107 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 103.
Senate Bill 103 by Senators Pelton B. and Janal, also Representative McLaughlin, concerning technical changes to Colorado Department of Labor and Employment statutes.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 103 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 103 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. DeGraff and Harrod. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 103 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1150.
House Bill 1150 by Representatives Garcia and Parenti, also Senator Henriksen, concerning false slates of presidential electors.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1150 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1150 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 17 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1150 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1147.
House Bill 1147 by Representatives Josephine Titone, also Senators Hansen and Buckner, concerning the use of a deepfake in a communication related to a candidate for elective office and in connection therewith, requiring disclosure, providing for enforcement, and creating a private cause of action for candidates.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1147 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Weinberg? Sorry, did you want to speak? No. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1147 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote? Representative Leader, you are on mute. Representative Leader. Representative Leader is excused. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 18 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1147 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1256.
House Bill 1256 by Representatives Duran and Weinberg, also Senator Janal, concerning the continuation of the Senior Dental Advisory Committee.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1256 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1256 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 4 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1256 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1259.
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Brown and Weissman, also Senator Cutter, concerning price gouging in housing rental prices during a declared disaster.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1259 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1259 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Valdez votes no. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1259 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1323.
House Bill 1323 by Representatives Velasco and Hernandez, also Senator Fields, concerning the manner of dress during school graduation ceremonies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1323 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1323 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Yes or no?
Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote? Representative
No.
Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 17 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1323 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1233.
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Wilson and Snyder, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning modifications to certain procedural requirements with which a unit owners association must comply when seeking payment of delinquent amounts owed by a unit owner.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1233 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1233 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 25 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1233 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1251.
House Bill 1251 by Representative Snyder and Mabry, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the continuation of functions related to the regulation of debt management service providers and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1251 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bills 1251 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 16 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1251 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1117.
House Bill 1117 by Representatives McCormick and Soper, also Senator Marchman, concerning including certain species under the authority of the state agencies that regulate parks and wildlife.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1117 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1117 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 14 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1117 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1136.
House Bill 1136 by Representatives Puglisi and Amabile, also Senators Cutter and Smallwood, concerning measures to encourage healthier social media use by youth.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1136 on third reading and final passage.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to address a couple of things in this bill because I know I've heard maybe some misconceptions of what we're doing here, and so I just want to clarify. If you still vote no, you can vote no, but I want to make sure you have all the information. First, this bill comes with parental resources for parents so that it helps them make the right decisions for their kids. Because as much as I like to pretend as a parent, I actually know what I'm doing, most days I don't. And especially when it comes to social media. The first time I put parental controls on my kids' devices, they overrode them. I didn't even know that was possible. And so I've literally come to the point of taking devices out of their bedrooms at night in order to control, because I don't understand technology and I'm having a really hard time figuring it out. So what this bill does is give parental resources to parents to help them navigate this ever-changing world of technology that, I'll be honest, I can't keep up with. And when I talk to parents in my community and my mom's groups, they can't keep up with it either. And so the first part of this bill is the one I'm incredibly passionate about, which is to help parents, to give them the resources they need to make better decisions, or to help them navigate this world that is incredibly difficult and complicated. The second part, I know, probably the first part some people don't have as much issue with, is the second part around pop-ups. The pop-ups are also giving parents control over those pop-ups. And I want to talk a minute about the intense stakeholding process we went through to get this bill to what you see today. And I want to thank my co-sponsor because she worked really hard on this. But we stakeholdered all through the summer and through the fall with tech companies because I would never put a mandate on business, but at the same time wanted to work with the industry so that we could together find a solution that works to protect our kids and give parents more support. And so if you look, you'll see that the tech companies are not opposing. They came to us asking for changes in definitions. We have worked with every single stakeholder in this process to get them into a place where they felt comfortable. Gaming industry came to us and said, we're not social media, please take us out. Press came to us and said, we're not social media, please take us out. We have narrowed the scope significantly in order to address every single stakeholder concern that came to us. And again, over months of stakeholding. And so I feel like we worked with industry, we worked with businesses, we worked with parents. All of the people that needed to be involved on this bill were involved. And I feel like we worked so hard to get it in the right place. So you can still vote now, but I just want to make sure that you all understand we are trying to help parents. We are trying to protect kids and work with businesses all at the same time, and I think this is the best bill we could have brought forward, and I'm very proud of the work we did. So I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1136 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bockenfeld votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 ayes, 7 no, 4 excused, House Bill 1136 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Valdez, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1156.
House Bill 1156 by Representatives Hartsook and Lindsted, also Senators Smallwood and Zenzinger, concerning authorization to hold special events where substances that minors are prohibiting from purchasing are served.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1156 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1156 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Would you mind coming back to me again?
Yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 2 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1156 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1174.
House Bill 1174 by Representatives Duran and Snyder, also Senator Mullica, concerning permits to carry a concealed handgun and in connection therewith establishing standards for concealed handgun training classes.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1174 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to reiterate some of the points that we made from where this bill started to where it is now. Like I said before, although I was pleased and thankful for the co-sponsors in both making the compromises that they made on this, it's still a level of overreach. It's still disappointing to me that we're spending more of our time legislating ways to affect negatively the law-abiding citizens who are carrying legally to protect themselves, and we're not paying any attention to the criminal aspect of that, of the people that choose to carry illegally, attain firearms illegally, and commit acts with those firearms in the spaces that they shouldn't be having firearms in their possession. We don't pay any attention to that. We need to pay more attention to that and less attention focused on the law-abiding citizens who are simply trying to protect themselves from the criminal aspect that use firearms in ways to cause harm to people that are unarmed in these situations. So when we're adding more and more restrictions to our law-abiding citizens that are simply trying to carry to protect themselves, their families, and others, we are taking from them the ability, because criminals are going to do what criminals do. They're going to carry firearms. They're going to use firearms that they attained illegally. Until we can get legislation to take those guns that are illegally obtained off the street, we are going to further disarm our society of law-abiding citizens. This is the first of many, I know, but this is a bill that does that. It's an overreach. It's adding more restrictions to make it more challenging, more difficult for those citizens that want to protect themselves and others from carrying, from protecting themselves in the criminal aspect. Those people that are out there to do bad things with firearms. It is not the firearm that is the threat. It is the dangerous person that is a threat. As we learned, 90+% of the criminal acts with guns are done with guns that are illegally obtained. We need to focus more on that. I'd love to reintroduce that and see if that actually has a swinging chance after it just failed. But we don't. When those bills fail and these bills get pushed through, we're going in seriously in the wrong direction, very far in the wrong direction, where we have those people now unable to protect themselves because we're saying you can't carry here, you have to do this to be able to carry concealed, and setting people up for situations of being harmed or being subject to harm because they're unarmed. And criminals that are arming themselves illegally are armed. So we need to spend more time focusing on the people that aren't innocent in this, the people that don't become victimized, because they're being victimized by legislation like this. We need to stop restricting our law-abiding gun owners. We need to start restricting the people that are illegally obtaining firearms and using them nefariously. I strongly encourage a no vote on this, and that is all. Thank you.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I do agree with some of the words that my colleagues said up here. We do need to take a close look at those that are breaking the law and stealing the weapons of law-abiding citizens. What this bill does, though, is promote safe and responsible gun ownership. Full stop. And the main reason why I'm coming up here is I appreciate the bill sponsors citing federal ADA. Community Living with a Disability didn't stakehold this enough, but what we would be interested in is figuring out how instructors are incorporating and making these courses accessible for those that want to be safe and responsible gun owners that live with a disability. We were having discussions around virtual participation around the class portion, but again, we didn't stakehold it enough. I do appreciate the bill sponsors citing federal ADA law. Vote yes.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, the permanent Speaker Pro Tem. I do disagree with this law, not because it's trying to make gun owners safer. It potentially might possibly could do that. But what it's doing is it's the continuation of many more bills to come that are just like it. It's another little infringement law that constitutionally is not okay. Constitution's pretty clear about this. This is not, I don't understand this. The Constitution is very clear about this. We're just adding one more thing here, one more thing here, one more thing, and we can call them safety rules, we can call them whatever, because we got a lot of them that we're going to be calling coming up. But what they are actually called in the Constitution is laws and infringements. And we're not supposed to make laws and infringements against a Second Amendment right. And so this is unconstitutional, and that's the biggest reason I stand against it. I stand against it for the people.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, I'm here. I want to just ask you a couple of questions to think about. Here we are, we're talking about making it harder for people who know how to use weapons than we are about trying to get the people that have the weapons that are causing these problems out of our community and taken care of in regards to criminal activity. I get to thinking once in a while that we have our pyramid upside down. That we're trying to do things to make it better. And what happens is we end up making it harder and probably worse. I appreciate caring about the communities that we live in. But this one is an overreach. It does not make sense to me that we would be doing this with people who are qualified to get a concealed carry permit. I know there's some conversations that it doesn't take long enough. Well, we passed a 3-day wait last year. That counts. I guess I'm not understanding why they feel to need to restrict and to control the citizenry of the state of Colorado, rather than take a look at the criminality that's going on with weapons that are certainly not going to have a concealed carry permit. And someday, every one of us in this room may end up being saved by a good guy with a gun. I think we are missing the point here. I appreciate people wanting to do things for the good of the community, but I think we're missing the point. If someone feels the need for a concealed carry weapon, I don't know why we're making it harder to get. Because most of the people that want one are there for their own protection, their family's protection, and possibly your protection. I think we should help them get it rather than restrict it, make it harder to get, make it more expensive. The other thing is, what about the people that are not in the same economic class as the rest of the community? Are we making it harder on them when they may be the ones who truly, truly need it? I ask you for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colorado has seen a disturbing rise in violent crime. According to the FBI's Uniform Crime Report, violent crime has increased 6.7% in 2023, with the most significant increases occurring in the categories of aggravated assault and robbery. These alarming statistics are a stark reminder that our current approach to safety is not working. So why don't we just have a law? Why don't we just make another law against violent crime and just say, hey, no more violent crime? Well, because we know that the violent crime is not going to be deterred by another law that says no more violent crime. But a firearm is a tool of self-defense, and it is a force leveler. It helps the weak stand up to the strong. It helps the weak resist an oppressor. So why would we want to take away the opportunity? And I get it. This is about training. This is about certification. This is about lots of things. But ultimately, those are individual responsibilities. And as well intended as it is to legislate these individual responsibilities, they are infringements. They're hindrances. And they are intentionally so. Now, that doesn't mean the hindrances are not without good intentions. It just means they are. So these infringements, when you look at it, if we wanted to actually lower gun crime, we would look at actual statistics. And we'd say, okay, well, in Ohio, after passing constitutional carry, which we tried to do last week, the rate of gun crime fell almost 22%, and then other towns, Akron and Toledo, with a decrease of 18%. So constitutional carry has an actual record of lowering gun crime. Does this? No. And what about my colleague just mentioned the 3-day wait last year. Have we collected sufficient data on that to see if that made a difference, or do we just already know that it won't make a difference because it won't? And so since it won't make a difference except for law-abiding citizens not being able to procure a gun for the purpose of force leveling against an oppressor, we're going to move on and we're going to make another law. The ink is barely dry. We don't have any statistics behind it. We're going to add another infringement. It's a good intention. That's all we care about. The current permitting system disproportionately affects low-income and minority communities. We talked about this last week, who often lack the resources to navigate the complex and costly process of obtaining a concealed carry permit. This is a clear violation of the constitutional principle of equal protection. By passing constitutional carry legislation, we could have ensured that all Coloradans, regardless of socioeconomic status, would have equal access to the necessary tools to protect them and their families. It's not just a matter of personal safety, it's a matter of it's not a matter of constitutional freedom, it's a matter of constitutional responsibility. You are responsible for your self-defense. And you can't be individually sovereign as the Constitution designs, and that's what makes our country great. That's what makes our country strong, is the individual. when the nanny state comes in and legislates your personal responsibility. So if we wanted to actually be safe, and I say if we wanted to actually increase safety, then we'd implement constitutional carry that has an actual track record of lessening gun crimes. But with an actual track record of decreasing gun crimes. So we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of this onslaught? And this is just, and we know there's more to come. What is the purpose of all of these infringements, these intentional infringements, to make it more difficult for a citizen to execute their individual sovereignty as designed in the Declaration of Independence, which was the precursor to our Constitution? What is the purpose of all these infringements? Because it's not individual sovereignty. The infringements are designed to remove that. It doesn't matter what their intentions are. The result, the known result, is a decrease in individual sovereignty, a decrease in liberty. We take an oath to support the Constitution. The Constitution says, this shall not be infringed. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The current process is an infringement. Expanding infringements is not a way to solve the problem. And then we have to, so we look at this and we say you have an application for a permit, an application for permission to exercise an unalienable right based on the self-evident truth that all men are created equal under the law. A student must achieve a passing score. And that's not a bad idea. I think that's a great idea. Maybe the laws are a little bit too onerous. Competence, must concealed handgun training class, must attain a class. Well, what if you just make it so you can't have a class anywhere? Oh, well then you restrict it. Now all you have to do is restrict the class. Now all you have to do is just say, well, no more instructors will be validated by this process. And they must have a training certificate. Just don't issue the training certificate. Make the training certificate take a long time. Make that onerous. Verified instructor. This is great intention. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, so great intentions. The requirement to exercise an unalienable right. An unalienable right means you have it even if it's violated by the government. And this is the process of violating an unalienable right. Infringing that right is violating the unalienable right. The student may submit, I like that, may submit. You will submit to the state. That's what you're going to do. An application. So you're going to submit to the state. Does that sound like, who does that sound like? Who's sovereign in this regard? When the citizen must submit to the state. It's not the citizen who's sovereign. It's not the citizen who has liberty. This is a line that is continually moving from individual liberty to state power. 100% of the time that ends poorly. We have a century of explicit state power and hundreds of millions of dead. That this shall not be infringed was designed to prevent. So we have history as our guide, history being a warning from the future.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. So ultimately, the purpose of the Second Amendment is to resist a tyrannical government, and a tyrannical government, and a government does not need to be afraid of its citizens until it has designs to become tyrannical. So these infringements all contribute to the development of a tyrannical government. And we should be moving away from those instead of embracing them a little bit at a time. If the previous laws worked, we wouldn't need this law, but your previous laws didn't work. Go to constitutional carry. Do something that has an actual track record of decreasing violence. Otherwise, I think you can just say, well, there's the decrease in violence is not the goal of this.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, there are many, 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 many reasons that people decide to conceal carry. Chiefly, it's because their safety depends on it, or they believe that it will provide safety, or provide safety for friends or their loved ones. What we are doing with this legislation is creating a double standard, one for those who bring violence and one for those who seek to prevent violence. I don't believe that there is a need for this legislation. Like any bill, I'm asking myself, what problem are we trying to solve here? Do we have demonstrated and considerable instances of people with concealed carry licenses committing crime? Is that the problem we're trying to solve? Do we have demonstrated and considerable instances of people handling a firearm improperly when they have a concealed carry license? Is that the problem? I will submit to you today that the problem is not about concealed carry. But this bill is 100% about gun control. Shall not be infringed is meaningful and should be respected. I am a no on this bill today.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I'd like to outline a couple of things for your consideration. We have rights, inherent specified rights. Second one in the Constitution is what we're discussing here, Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. I'd like to contrast that with a couple of other words. Privilege, responsibility, and control. When you get a driver's license, you have to go through driver's training and you have to take a test. Driving a vehicle is not a right, it is a privilege. You have to get training to do that. My service in the Army to carry a weapon on board an aircraft was part of my duty, but it was a privilege. It wasn't a right, it was an assignment. So I had a responsibility to get above and beyond training for that weapon in coordination with law enforcement when we were flying on aircraft. Because the Second Amendment right doesn't fall into that category as an agent of the government. And that's what I was. I was an agent for the United States Army. And I had those orders for concealed carry. So I had to go through additional training, additional qualifications, but that was to carry as an armed agent aboard an aircraft or public transportation or anywhere else, federal installations that I was required to go to conduct my job. But as a citizen of the United States of America and of Colorado, if you're not in the employment of the government and carrying out those duties, then you have that inherent right under the Second Amendment. It's not a privilege. It's not an entitlement. It's a right. It's specified in the Constitution. When we seek to control something, which is what this bill is doing, and we're controlling a right, then we must ask the question, why? If the purpose is stated is to decrease crime, but we're not going after criminals, we're not going after felons, we're not attacking them and putting them in prison for their transgressions against society, then we kind of got this backwards. I'm grateful that the sponsors did a lot of lining through on several items that we had brought up. Would have been better for a strike below, but they didn't do that. But we are still talking about control of a right, not a privilege, a right. Now, as a citizen, it's my responsibility to be proficient. I take my kids hunting, I go hunting, I practice, I become proficient because I have a responsibility to go out there. I have my hunting license, go through safety ed. Because we're hunting on public lands, we're hunting sometimes on private lands when we get authorization. And that's a privilege to go out there and hunt on those lands. But to carry the weapon is my right, as so stated in the Second Amendment. And when the government seeks to control those rights, I would then ask you, where does it stop? How far do we keep attacking the Second Amendment? Then when do we attack the First Amendment and all the other ones that were sitting there in the Bill of Rights? They were specified by the founders for a reason. And when the government starts seeking to control any of them, then that is wrong. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Representatives, I oppose this bill. It's just another embellishment on attack of our Second Amendment rights. I urge a no vote on this bill, please.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I come to this bill, and I came on Friday asking if we have some amount of statistics on concealed carry permit owners misfiring or committing crimes. And I was told we don't really have any statistics. So what I do have statistics on is what's going on in Colorado. As of 10 days ago, Colorado is now the 4th most dangerous state in the United States. We are number 1 in auto thefts, number 1 in bank robberies, number 1 in cocaine use, number 1 in package theft, number 2 in inflation rate, number 2 in property crime, number 5 in drug use and addiction. And the reason I bring this up is because now we have yet another bill to go after responsible gun owners in a state where crime is through the roof. Violent crime rate in 2012 was 321. In 2022, it moved to 544. Murder rate was 2.68 in 2012, is now 6.45. Aggravated assault rate was 156.8, it is now 355. We have a crime wave happening in Colorado, and instead of trying to legislate things that focus on that, we're going after concealed carry permit owners, again, with no statistical evidence that these are the people misfiring or committing the crimes. Responsible gun owners like myself go through a process, and we now jump through all the hoops that we legislated on gun owners last year, 3-day waiting periods, changing the age. So we're still doing that because we're responsible. Why would we do all of those things to be irresponsible? We would just buy guns off the streets, which this bill, again, is not changing the nature of that because people are still going to be able to do that. I'd like to also understand how this bill is getting rid of criminals who have guns. Are they going to get firearm trained? Are we going to go onto the streets and say, hey, anyone that owns a gun, we've got a new law in town, and you have to go get firearm trained? Pretty sure that's not happening. Pretty sure the people committing the crimes that I just listed are not responsible gun owners. And if they are, I'd love to see the statistics because the people that I know aren't doing it. The continued infringement on our Second Amendment rights continues to put our public safety at risk. It continues to put my ability and others' ability to protect their families. Again, we are the fourth most dangerous state in all 50 states. Wow. According to the CDC, hundreds of thousands to 500,000 concealed carry permit owners only had to brandish a gun to protect them against a crime from happening. Now, if brandishing a gun was enough to stop a crime, it didn't say that we were shooting up the state, waving our guns around, shooting wildly into the crowd. It just said we only had to brandish the gun. Again, this bill infringes on my constitutional Second Amendment rights. And then we talked about rural Colorado. And I'm sure some representatives are going to get up and speak about that. The financial and travel restrictions, I came with an amendment that asked for us to give money to people who have to be mandated now to be firearm trained. And it wasn't even really talked about or discussed. We give money to so many different things in here, but we're not going to give money to responsible gun owners to get trained, to keep themselves safe and their families safe when they have to go hundreds of miles to these firearm training places. We're not going to give them $1. Second Amendment owners, you don't get $1 to protect yourself. No money for you. We are too busy giving money to everything else. In rural Colorado, I told you I have 35 acres. We sight in our rifles. We firearm train because I do believe, like the good representative from El Paso, that you should be trained. And guess what? Most responsible gun owners train their kids. We go to shooting ranges. We're not evil people. We just want to protect our families from the failed policies that we have put forth in this chamber. I want to be able to protect my 4 boys against crazy criminals out there that don't care about firearm training. So in rural Colorado, we get out targets and we sight in our rifles and we do all the things that responsible gun owners and parents do. And that's what the people of rural Colorado do. And you're now tying their hands because now they're going to have to drive in, miss a day of work, miss farming, miss ranching, miss whatever they need to do. And none of that was even taken into accountability. There should have been an amendment to exempt those people who do it on their property. But no, we are, like my representative said, we're the nanny state. We got to nanny everyone. The government knows best. We're going to nanny everyone. I don't understand the actual purpose of this bill truly. I have tried. I have tried and tried and tried to understand the purpose of this bill. The purpose of this bill is only to regulate the good people of Colorado, the responsible people of Colorado, people like myself that don't just go up misfiring my gun. People who wish to do evil don't care about firearm training. This bill is not going to help any of these statistics that I told you. And then just to go to the Constitution, because we talk about the Constitution a lot in here when it benefits us. And when it doesn't benefit us, we don't. The truth is, the intentions of those who debated, wrote, and passed the Second Amendment are clear. The purpose of the amendment is to protect individual liberty by, in part, stopping the federal government for instituting gun restrictions of any kind. Because America's founders wanted to ensure citizens had the ability to defend themselves against a tyrannical national government and other domestic threats as well as foreign invaders. It did not say, as long as they're this age, as long as they wait this long, as long as they have firearm training. It doesn't say any of those things. We have to stop misconstruing what the Second Amendment is there for. But I have to say, with 17 bills coming this year, after my Second Amendment rights, I'm not sure that we understand that. In this chamber, we have pages of laws that do nothing but go against the law-abiding citizens. We have a constitutional right to protect person and property. And citizens are being denied that by non-law-abiding citizens who prey upon us for obeying the laws. The Second Amendment shall not be infringed. All this bill does is go against good individuals trying to protect themselves, and we continue to legislate against good people. I am a strong no on this bill.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues hit on a lot of different points, from constitutionality, how this will affect different people in different ways, how it'll affect rural Colorado. I think we hit about every point on that. I want to kind of get more into the technical part of this. I've actually reached out to a few sheriffs of mine, and the issue that they have with this is exactly what all of my colleagues spoke about. Every one of them hit on a different point, but one thing they did hit on this point is the financial burden that it'll create for the citizenry to make sure that they're armed to be able to protect themselves. The good representative from Douglas County talked about how in the Constitution, what the Second Amendment was written for and why we have it. And one of them is to protect life. We talk about liberty and happiness, but without life, you can't have the other two. So when I look at this, we talk from the unfunded mandate portion all the time. I think that speaking for rural Colorado, a lot of the legislation that comes out of this building definitely leads to unfunded mandates, especially for small pioneer and frontier counties, where I would say probably more of the citizenry is proficient with their firearms. You know, especially myself, I can literally walk out the back door, and my shooting range is about 50 feet from my back door. But I want to go through some of the technical things that, we've sat down, we've looked at, and, things that we think that will be second and third causal effects if this legislation is passed. First is increased administrative burden on sheriffs. The bill imposes additional responsibility on county sheriffs, such as verifying instructors of concealed handgun training classes and processing applications to instructor verification. This will likely require hiring more staff or reallocating existing resources, leading to increased expenditures for local governments. And which we are appreciative that in this piece of legislation it left that with the county sheriffs, because that's where this process should stay with. For small frontier and pioneer counties such as the ones that I represent, and many of the rural legislators do, our sheriffs, our hands are tied, and their plates are full as it is. Like I said, in my county, it's the largest landmass county in the state. Just driving pretty much as the crow flies from one direction to the other puts you at about a 2-hour drive in my county. So adding this burden on top of what my county sheriff does to protect the citizenry of this county makes it a lot harder to do his job, and that's what is keeping citizens safe. And while he's doing that, it's sure good that we have the Second Amendment right, because him getting there is going to be a lot tougher. There's potential legal challenges to this. The bill introduces a new criteria for concealed handgun permits and instructor verification, which could lead to an increase in civil cases challenging adverse actions taken by sheriffs. This would result in higher legal costs for both the state and individuals involved in the legal disputes. Uncertain revenue from civil penalties. While the bill may increase state revenue through civil penalties imposed on individuals committing deceptive trade practices, the actual impact is uncertain. The number of cases pursued by the Attorney General and District Attorneys, as well as the penalty amounts, are unpredictable, making it difficult to estimate the potential revenue generated. There's potential for inefficiencies in the permit renewal process. The bill adds new criteria for renewal permits, which may complicate the renewal process and increase workload for sheriffs. This could lead to delays in permit processing and additional administrative costs for both applicants and government agencies. Impact on local economies. Any increase in fees or expenditures for county sheriffs and district attorneys could have ripple effects on local economies. Higher fees and taxes imposed to offset the cost of implementing the bill may deter businesses and individuals from investing in Colorado, ultimately harming the state's economy. Now to how it affects the people. Financial strain on firearm instructors. The bill allows sheriffs to establish a fee on instructors for verification, potentially increasing the financial burden on firearms instructors. This could discourage individuals from becoming instructors or force existing instructors to raise their fees, ultimately impacting access to concealed handgun training class. And I think my colleague from El Paso County touched fairly well on that. Increased cost for concealed handgun training. The bill specifies requirements for initial and refresher concealed handgun training classes. If these requirements lead to higher costs for training courses, citizens seeking concealed handgun permits would have to bear the additional financial burden. This could disproportionately affect low-income individuals who may struggle to afford the increased fees and prices. Higher fees for permit applications and renewals. The bill allows sheriffs to establish a fee for processing applications for instructor verification and may also increase fees associated with permit renewals due to added criteria. These additional fees would directly impact citizens applying for or renewing concealed handgun permits, potentially making it more expensive for them to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Legal expenses for challenging adverse actions. If a citizen's application for instructor verification is denied by a sheriff, they have the right to seek judicial review of the decision. This could result in legal expenses for citizens who choose to challenge adverse actions taken by sheriffs, further increasing the financial burden associated with obtaining concealed handgun permits. There's also a chance for potential civil penalties for deceptive trade practices. This bill classifies falsely claiming to be a firearm safety instructor as a deceptive trade practice. Citizens found guilty of this offense could face civil penalties of $20,000 for each violation. If individuals are falsely accused or found in violation, they may incur legal expenses defending themselves in court and potentially paying hefty fines if found guilty. Indirect costs due to economic impacts. Any increase in fees or taxes imposed to offset the cost of implementing the bill could indirectly impact citizens by raising the cost of living or reducing disposable income. This could lead to reduced spending power for consumers and negatively affect business and job opportunities in the state, ultimately impacting citizens' financial well-being. Overall, citizens may face increased financial burdens, including higher training costs, fees for permit applications and renewals, potential legal expenses, and civil penalties resulting from the implementation of this bill. These financial ramifications could disproportionately affect certain demographics and contribute to economic strain for individuals seeking to exercise their rights under this legislation. I think these are all good points as a voting body that we should really think about before we press whatever button we do in this chamber. I think they're all valid points. I think they're all something to think about and consider. I urge a no vote on behalf of House District 47. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've already spoke to on seconds about the items in this bill that are so repetitive from what we currently have in our concealed carry classes and overall firearms instructions in general. But one thing that's notable about this bill is criminals are concealed carrying without permits. It's very rare that you see a criminal open carry. It has to do with, personal. One of the problems with this bill is it deals with what should be personal responsibility. We're mandating. And you don't see many victims of legal concealed carry. In fact, I think one of my colleagues mentioned earlier that they could not find any statistics on victims of concealed carry other than those criminals. This bill, to get it through, we wanted to get rid of the fiscal note. So what do? We pawned it off on our local governments, our local sheriffs, and said, hey, we want to pass this bill. We don't want to take responsibility for what it costs, so we're going to pawn it off on you. It even says in the new fiscal note, increases expenditures to county sheriffs. And then it even clarifies only partially offsets expenditure increases by charging. And there's no enforcement. So I fail to see where and who is responsible for checking up on the county sheriffs, making sure they're doing this. Because technically, under Colorado Constitution, this could be seen as a unfunded mandate, so therefore they don't have to do it, but the bill says they shall do it. So I think there's a lot of issues with this bill, just aside from the Second Amendment issues, just in the way it can be effective, what it'll do, because we know it won't do anything. It won't create any safer society in Colorado. We're doing well going the opposite way. So I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe you've heard from pretty much all of our members about some of their concerns regarding public safety, increasing public safety, the costs associated with exercising Second Amendment rights. And I think all of these arguments are valid and important. I want to say the issue that I had the most with this bill, I am appreciative of the sponsors working to address, and that was moving the concealed carry authority out of our sheriffs and into Colorado Bureau of Investigation. I did not support that. I trust my sheriff. I have trusted sheriffs in all of the different jurisdictions that I've lived and worked. They work incredibly hard to make sure that they are investigating these concealed carry permits, making sure they're putting them in the right hands of the right people. And so I was very much against that and appreciate the bill sponsors for working towards putting it back in our sheriffs. And so, and I do want to also acknowledge that there were several amendments brought by members or concerns that our members brought in Judiciary Committee that were also addressed to the extent they could be. And I think that's good stakeholdering. I think that's good work to try to find a middle. Of course, it doesn't go far enough. Obviously, we can jokingly say striking line 1 would have been the best, which would have stricken the enactment clause, and we wouldn't be here right now. But since we are here, I think it's really important that we acknowledge the work of the sponsors, but also acknowledge that we do believe this is a violation of our Second Amendment rights. We want to make sure that we do have people who are able to carry to protect themselves and that there's not additional strings attached to that right. And for that, I'm opposed and would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, members, I do have a concealed carry permit. I think having a concealed carry permit comes with responsibility. And with that responsibility, it is on me, myself, and anyone else that wants to have a concealed carry permit to know how to load, unload, and shoot that gun. And right now in the state of Colorado, there is no standardized testing for a concealed carry permit. You can walk in and you can take a 2-hour course, a 3-hour course, or if you choose to, you can do a 3-day course. But there's nothing in law that says you have to live fire your handgun. Now, I think that if you're going to carry a handgun for your protection, you should know how to use it. And the only thing this bill does is it sets a minimum standardized testing, right? An 8-hour course, which through the amendments and many conversations with my colleagues across the aisle, we kept the 8 hours, but we also allowed those who live in rural areas, those who work, those who have trouble with daycare, they can split those 8 hours into 2 hours if they want to once a week, however they choose to do it. Also, it's important to note that our sheriffs asked to verify the instructors. This was their ask, and this was something that we agreed to. You want to keep it with you in your department? Absolutely, we will do that. The other thing we also changed was the minimum testing requirements are now in statute. They are not with CBI. That, again, was a request upon our sheriffs because they felt more comfortable with it being there and thought that was a better fit. So I could go on and go through the list of everything we did, but all of you have seen the amendments. You heard the testimony in committee. You heard it here on Friday. This really just is a common sense gun bill. It's not a ban. It's not an infringement on your rights. It's saying, hey, you want to have a concealed carry permit? Then there's a minimum course you need to take. And if you choose to take a longer course, by all means, take it. So with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1174 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bockenfeld votes no. Members, we will stand in a brief recess. We are having technical difficulties. The House will come back to order. Members, we are on third readings. We have power back. I will ask you all to take your seats. Please confirm your vote as it is reflected on the screen. The machine has not yet closed. Representative Valdez is excused. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 16 no, and 6 excused, House Bill 1174 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on Monday, March 11th, 2024, at 12:49 p.m. House Bill 1121, House Bill 1229, House Bill 1222, and House Bill 1252.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on Monday, March 11th at 12:49 p.m. Representative Kipp. Thank you, representatives. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objections, Representative Kipp will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is most definitely relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1121 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Thank you. 1121 will be moved to the end of the special orders calendar. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 24-1229? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1021 to Tuesday, March 12th, 2024.
Was that 1021 or 1121? 1021.
1021.
Thank you. 1021 will be laid over until tomorrow. Okay, with that, Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of HB 24-1229?
House Bill 1229 by Representative English, also Senators Mullica and Will, concerning presumptive eligibility for persons in need of long-term services and supports.
Members, we're going to stand in a brief recess.
Thank you, Madam
Sorry.
Chair. I move House Bill.
The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader, my mic wasn't on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1229, or lay it over, actually, until tomorrow.
Thank you. With that, seeing no objection, HB 24-1229 will be laid over till tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 24-1222?
House Bill 1222 by Representatives Puglisi and McLaughlin, also Senator Rich, concerning updating terminology that refers to entities that administer human services programs.
Thank you, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill came from the Statutory Revision Committee. As many of you know, this is to change statutes that are not written the way that they're supposed to, or where obsolete terms are being used. So we have two today that we are correcting that went through Statutory Revision Committee. The first, current law uses the terminology County Department of Human Services or Social Services. It also uses County Department of Human Services and County Department of Human or Social Services interchangeably. So this bill will update the terminology to refer to only County Department of Human or Social Services, and that will be cleaned up all throughout statute.
Thank you. Would one of you please move the bill? Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, I move House Bill 24-1222 to,
Thank you. Would you like to comment on the bill, Representative McLaughlin?
I would. There's several changes that are kind of repetitive, and that's all this really does. It just repairs the inconsistencies found in the Colorado Department of Human Services and County Departments of Human or Social Services statutes. It requires no change in workload, expenditures, or revenue of any state agency or local government, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 24-1222? Seeing none, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one more change, just to make sure that we're totally clear, the State Board of Social Services and State Board of Human Services will also be updated to be the State Board of Human Services throughout. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of HB 24-1222. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes clearly have it. HB 24-1222 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 24-1252?
House Bill 1252 by Representatives Vigil and Bradfield, also Senator Michelson Janae, concerning the continuation of the Suicide Prevention Commission.
Thank you. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1252.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us
And
about...
I'm sorry, committee report, no? Do I have a committee report?
It is so moved.
Okay, no.
Would you like to tell us about HB 1252? Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is our sunset review for the Suicide Prevention Commission. The department recommended we continue the commission without a sunset, which is what we proceeded to do in committee. And I ask for your yes vote. I do have an amendment.
Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you very much. The Suicide Prevention Task Force has worked closely with other departments in suggesting assessments and also stopgap measures, and felt like they have been quite successful and has certainly had a positive reaction from other committees as to the work of this commission. The recommendation from Dora was that the commission continue. And so that is what we would like to have happen here today.
Thank you.
I think, may I?
Please, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move House Bill 1252.
Okay, it has been moved. Do you have an amendment?
I do.
Would you like to move the amendment?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to move the amendment L005 to HB 1252 and
Thank you.
have it displayed.
Amendment L005 has been moved and is now properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment. Representative Vehil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for bearing with us. We had to rush on down here. This amendment was proposed to us since committee by one of the original legislators who had created the commission. She had some suggestions about just tightening up the membership a little bit, making it a little more streamlined. Some of the membership requirements that are in here kind of create some duplicates that they have trouble recruiting for. She just felt like it was a little messy, and I agreed. And another part that's in here in this amendment is to kind of like update some of the language as far as recruiting, so when the director goes to seek membership and ensure that it's diverse and reaches all parts of the state and all walks of life, that they are using language that reflects the contemporary environment that we're in and make sure everyone's included. And so I ask for your yes vote.
Thank you, everybody. Hey, everybody, we are on second reading. I know that, but it's still a little bit loud in here. Can you please take the volume down a little bit? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And with that, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to HB 1252. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes clearly have it. L005 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on HB 1252? Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I move Amendment L002 to House Bill 1252 and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. L002 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. This is a very friendly amendment. This is asking for a 5-year provision so that they can come back and let us know what data is working. Is it working in rural Colorado? Are we preventing more veterans from committing suicide? Are we keeping kids from preventing suicide? Is there information being let out there that is working better than others? We are at a place where suicide is one of the leading causes of death in the United States, and we have to be very serious about having these commissions doing the job that needs to be done, which is to prevent more life from being taken. And I want to thank the bill sponsors for accepting this friendly amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the bill sponsors as well. We've been doing this in other committees. We think it's good that a different legislative body will be able to take a look at these committees as we go through the future. I mean, we see these committees, but I think it's good for other committees, other legislators in the near future to take a look at this that aren't the people that are legislating now. Urgent aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader Winter. And Representative Vehil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the amendment, for the suggestion, and I appreciate you working with me a little bit on the time frame. My initial inclination was just to let this continue. We actually have seen some pretty promising results, such as a drop in youth suicide, but I do understand the need to set another timeline to reevaluate this, and I ask for your yes vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, see this amendment from Representative Bradley as a friendly amendment, and I, too, urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on L002, the question before us is the adoption of L002 to 1252. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. L002 is adopted. That brings us back to the bill. Is there any further discussion on HB 1252? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HB 241252. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. As amended. All opposed, no. Okay, HB 1252 as amended is adopted. Thank you, and that brings us down to HB 241121. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of 1121?
House Bill 1121 by Representatives Titone and Woodrow, also Senators Bridges and Hendrickson, concerning a requirement that a manufacturer of digital electronic equipment facilitate the repair of its equipment by providing certain other persons with the resources needed to repair the manufacturer's digital electronic equipment.
Thank you. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1121 and the committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report, would you like to tell us about the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Representative Tatone.
Yes, thank you very much. So in the committee, we made some amendments to do a few different carve-outs for some industries. We carved out marine vessels, aviation, all-terrain, sports vehicles, recreational vehicles, racing vehicles, safety communication equipment for use in which the emergency response or prevention purposes. We exempted equipment installed for the purpose of energy storage, power generation, power management, or distribution. We excluded set-top boxes, modems, routers, and all-in-one devices delivering internet, video, and voice services. And we exempted fire alarm systems and intrusion detection equipment. We also made a couple things with respect to providing and making available components and things that pertain. This part. So if you offer a service to a customer that has like a remote ability to interact with that device, then you would have to provide that. But if you do not, then you do not have to do that. We also put in an exclusion here that says if the device is under a certain amount of money, it doesn't have any documentation or tools or anything or parts that go along with it, we're not expecting anybody to give out any kind of thing for something they don't actually fix. So that's what the committee report's about, and I ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report to 1123? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. Thank you. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now I have an amendment to the bill. I will move Amendment L005 and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. Okay, L005 has been moved and is now properly displayed. Would you like to tell us about your amendment, Representative
Thank
Tatone?
you, Madam Chair. So this one, we made a couple. This is with some conversations we've had with Google and Apple. We made a couple changes here with respect to data. We also changed the date of when the equipment would be made and when it would come into effect for the first time. And we made a small change to the misleading alerts part of the bill on page 11. And I ask for a yes vote on L005.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All in favor of L005, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L005 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1121 is a continuation of a couple bills that I've run up until this point, one of which was a bill we ran together with Representative Woodrow. This is the right to repair. So when you buy something, a lot of times a company will say, hey, do you want to buy this extra repair and replacement plan that comes along with it? Apple Care is one of those things. And, a lot of people say yes. So you're paying money extra on top of the device that you already buy. Well, the thing is that they're taking your money up front. Maybe you don't even use it, and now you're out that money. Then, if you have to use it, you still have to pay a deductible. You still have to pay extra. And then it's the manufacturer is the only one that gets to do that repair. And that's what the right to repair is about. It's about giving people the option to have more entities that can repair their stuff. Whether it's themselves, whether it's a third party, whether it's the authorized repair people or the manufacturer directly, the consumer should have the ability to have the freedom to fix their stuff. You buy these things, you pay a lot of money for them, And then you don't have the freedom to do what you want with that device. You can't get the parts, you can't get the documentation, you can't get the software because they don't want you to fix it. They want you to go to them to fix it. That causes people to want to throw away a device because fixing it may cost too much. That's an environmental issue. It's a cost issue because there's no option on how to repair it. You have to go through them. Whatever price they want to give you is the price that you pay. The NFIB supports this bill because small businesses who want to do this kind of repair will have the ability to get those things that people need to actually fix these. So this is a bill that is very well stakeholdered. We have another, we're continuing some conversations with one of the big companies that is a fruit, but I don't want to say that. But we also had a big search engine company also in support of this bill, because I don't know if we're supposed to say names and stuff, so just trying to go that way. So, you know, when big companies like Google are supporting the bill, you know that this is a bill that's well done. There's been several laws around this that have happened around the country: New York, Minnesota, California, most recently Oregon. The European Union has done something on this, and what this bill does, along with some of these bills that are being offered this year, is stopping the process of parts pairing. And this is a big issue with cell phones and other parts in particular. It allows the manufacturer to only allow certain repairs to be done with the parts that they provide. And this is a big thing because you can't use used parts. You can't use third-party parts. You should have the ability to use the part that you want, the part that you think is going to be best for you. We don't need a nanny state of the manufacturer telling you that you shouldn't be able to use anything else but the parts that they provide. That's not right. We should have the freedom to be able to use the parts that we want. If it's a used part, if it's a phone that we had that we want to take apart and use that part, we should be able to do that. And we shouldn't have the company being the bottleneck and the gatekeeper on the parts and everything else that go into this. Apple is, oh, I said it. They are actually in favor of right to repair, except for this parts pairing thing. But the other company, Google, they are in favor of this bill with the parts pairing taken out. So we've got these two big behemoths butting heads on this issue, but the one in support of this bill understands that this is the way that we're going to move forward to really give consumers the options to fix their stuff. So I ask for a yes vote on this bill so we can give consumers the options to be able to fix their stuff, small businesses the ability to start up and provide that, especially in rural areas where they don't have a lot of options, where they have to go all the way to the metro area to go to the fruit store to get their stuff fixed. So I ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Representative Tone, I really appreciate you allowing me back on a right to repair bill. Colleagues, this bill presents a 2-for-1. On one level, it is an antitrust bill. Folks, restricting repairs means that broken stuff doesn't get fixed, so you need to buy more. This lowers supply and it drives up price. According to the FTC's testimony before the committee, when manufacturers impose obstacles to independent repair, they drive up the price that Colorado consumers must pay to fix a device and cause them to purchase a new device before the end of its useful life. Manufacturer repair restrictions also make it more challenging for Colorado's small repair businesses to compete and cause the state's landfills to overflow with unnecessary e-waste. The FTC supports HB 24-1121 because it protects Colorado consumers' access to cost-effective repairs and advances the numerous benefits that flow from increased competition in repair markets. Colleagues, the FTC has been looking at this for a number of years. In 2021, they issued a Nixing the Fix report. In a bipartisan effort, what they found was that some of the main types of repair restrictions include a manufacturer's efforts to impede owners and independent repair providers' access to spare parts, diagnostic tools, and repair instructions. The types of repair restrictions addressed by House Bill 24-1121. The report also discussed a type of repair restriction known as parts pairing, where some manufacturers require owners and independent repair providers to obtain the manufacturer's approval before replacement parts can be fully integrated into a device. Folks, this is also an environmental bill. We know that e-waste is toxic. It fills up our landfills, it pollutes our waterways, it harms our soil. Before I hand this off, I want to say that I welcome a robust debate, but we need to be clear on a few things. This bill does not mess with warranty issues. A brief warranty refresher, Section 2302C of the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act, the statute's anti-tying prohibition, makes it illegal for a company to condition a warranty, quote, on the consumer's using, in connection with such product, any article or service other than article or service provided without charge under the terms of the warranty, which is identified by brand, trade, or corporate name. In other words, companies can't tell customers that they will void a customer's warranty or deny warranty coverage if the customer uses a part made by someone else or has someone other than the dealer repair the product. There are two narrow instances where the prohibition doesn't apply. One, if the company has received a waiver in advance from the FTC after proving that the product will work properly only if a specific branded part is used. Or two, if the warranty states that the company will provide the identified parts and services for free. And just to be clear, a manufacturer can't avoid liability by providing free parts or services to repair or replace defective parts if its warranty conveys that consumers must use a specific brand of parts or specific service providers in other situations. Put another way, if a company will replace certain parts for free, but will still void a customer's warranty for using another maker's parts for other purposes, the company has violated the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act. Folks, this is a good bill. Vote yes.
1 second. Before we continue, folks, please take your conversations off the floor. I can hear some of you up here, which means you're being very loud. Take it down or take it off the floor. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to just say one more thing about this. So, you know, it was around the time of 2021 when supply chain issues were really, really big for a lot of these companies. And that's why they started to embrace the right to repair. Also, another thing that they've been having to think about a lot is the source of the materials where they get the mines in which a lot of these materials come from, where there's a lot of conflict, there's a lot of things that go into these, and those companies are mindful of that. And right to repair helps them to reduce their reliance on a lot of this stuff. So there's a lot of things that go into why this bill is a good thing, and I ask for a yes vote on the bill.
Thank you. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in committee. As a matter of fact, I've heard this bill in committee, some version of it, for the last 3 years, because we keep incrementally going down this road of interfering, really, I think, with businesses and how they conduct their business. You know, it pains me to be against something like this because I grew up tinkering and repairing stuff. And I lived in the middle of nowhere where we didn't have a repair shop and we didn't have any place to do stuff. So we tore into stuff and fixed it, and that's how I learned a lot about a lot of things that I know today about just doing it. You know, we don't need the government stepping in and telling us what we can and cannot do with stuff that we own, but we also can't have the government stepping in and telling businesses how they go about producing and maintaining and taking care of their products that they put tons of money in developing, tons of time in getting to a place where they've got a product that works, that is safe, that is used under the guidelines of which it was manufactured. So what this bill really does is this really, in my mind, goes against all of the hard work and innovation that's gone into all of these products, and then opens the market up for people that are not associated with that company to profit off of it. This allows people that are third-party vendors not associated with the company to get in, and forcing those companies that actually put all the work into manufacturing these products, forcing them to work against their business plan of being the people that keep the products safe, keep them operating effectively and efficiently, and allowing, third-party folks to come in and mess with it. So like I said, it pains me to be against this. I do appreciate all the work that the bill sponsors have put into this. However, at the end of the day, I would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A manufacturer is not the nanny state. The nanny state is the nanny state. This is the nanny state. The question was answered. I had the question about what happens to a warranty, and I do appreciate the sponsor being forthcoming on that, so I didn't have to answer the question. But when you have a manufacturer, they have, especially with these small electronic parts, they can have a very high, tight tolerance. Very small differences make very big changes. One of the things that, just in manufacturing a while ago, they proposed like lead-free solder. Of course, that causes little stalagmites and tights to grow, and then it shorts it out. But that was somebody's good idea, to not use lead because of the landfills, et cetera. But then what it did was what it would do is it would ultimately put more stuff in the landfill. It also made me think of when I was a safety officer. One of the pieces of equipment that we had wanted was had talked about with the snowmobile or ATV safety course was like a transponder, and they had one, but then they had to take it off the market because they couldn't specify the battery, and the battery specs turn out to be very different, even though they're AA. And the different battery caused the device to fail. So you can't just, and you see this with automotive. When if you find out your insurance specifies that you get a aftermarket piece of equipment. Well, quite often that aftermarket equipment is just a little bit different. And maybe where that bumper on your car fit nice and flush, now it doesn't, because that hole that was drilled for that bolt is just slightly off. So depending on the use of these pieces of equipment, a substitute part, this can be one of those things where, but for the nail, the horseshoe was lost, and but for the horseshoe, the horse was lost, and but for the horse, the battle was lost, kind of things, because they're all tied together. So if you tell somebody that, if you tell a company, and another thing that I was thinking about is, a big problem that was brought to one of the committees is that the single-use vapes. And the reason that's relevant is because the single-use vapes became a problem because they have a battery that can't be really taken apart, and they have a toxic substance in them. And then you combine them and you put them together in a case that can't be taken apart, and you can't incinerate it because of the battery, and you can't grind it up because of the haz waste, and you create a $5 vape creates a $16, $20 problem. But why do we have that $16 problem and that haz waste that's filling up and then lighting fires in our dumpsters and stuff like that, literal dumpster fires? Is because you had legislation that was well-intended that said no flavored refills of vape products. And so what did they do for the vape products? Well, they just bypassed that and made them single-use disposable, and then created a whole new level of problem. So what is the typical market going to do? The typical market is going to figure out a way to get around this before the ink dries. They probably have a solution for it already. Is that going to be offer no warranty? You have an electronic product and then you have to open it up to anybody, and then say that you not only open up to anybody, but say that you will honor the warranty after somebody who is not trained in that part goes and pokes around in it. You don't know what they've done in there. Yet that company is required to honor its warranty. I know what I would do. I would just offer no warranty. And then you have a no kidding disposable product. Maybe it'll be a little bit cheaper, but the cost of the warranty is something that is factored into the sales price. So you could make it cheaper and just say, well, if it fails, it fails. There's no warranty. But this is something that the market can take care of. We don't need the nanny state to do this. If you want to deal with the abhorrent environmental practices and slave labor, we tried to deal with that last year, and it was voted on to support it. But that can be something different. But this is not it. This is requiring a company, to make something, allow somebody that they have no idea who it is, fiddle around with it, install a part that has absolutely no certification, and then honor the warranty. They're better off making it single use, likely better off making it single use, with a replacement possible, and absolutely no repair possible. So, like so much of the legislation here, I think, I don't know what's unintended and what's intended, but this, I don't see this as having the effect. I see a lot of violation of intellectual property. I see a lot of shoddy parts. I see a lot of pulling warranties, but nothing that the bill purports. Probably more expense. I recommend a no.
Thank you, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you. Please proceed.
I think I'd like to start, and I don't normally say something like this, but I'd like to start by saying, when we talk about stakeholding, I think we also should talk about the expertise of individuals within this chamber. To my knowledge, I'm the only manufacturer of electronic equipment in this entire chamber, and spent my career in manufacturing and branding products that in some cases had very sophisticated electronics. Not once did I get a call, an email, a text, or anything on this bill to say, Rick, what do you think about this? So today, I tried to discuss some amendments, and they went nowhere. If we have expertise in these chambers, I think we have an obligation to talk with one another about it. And let me give you an exact example of a situation. Many of you may not know that timepieces, in most cases, are either totally electronic today, or they're what we call ani-digi, which means there's an analog component and there's a digital component. This bill talks about we can't pair them. Those timepieces will not work without pairing. Let me repeat that. Those timepieces will not function without pairing them. Now, We're probably fortunate. I've always referred to this act in the many years that I led companies as the Moss-Magnuson Act, but I'll accept that it's the Magnuson-Moss Act. We probably never got in trouble with the Magnuson-Moss Act because nobody was making components as alternatives. But if they did make them, and one of the reasons they probably didn't in fact make those components is because of the fact that they're so specialized. And a substitute would be exceedingly difficult to do the R&D and product development to make them work with one of our products. So perhaps that's the reason why they don't. But pairing is absolutely necessary. In addition to that, I know we as manufacturers sometimes in this House are looked at that we abuse consumers. To my knowledge, my team went overboard to make sure that we didn't abuse consumers. In fact, the discussions I had from an education when I was pulled in to those discussions was always centered around one concept. If you had a problem with one of our products as a consumer, how would you want to be treated? With the utmost dignity and the utmost fair pricing and timing was the way we wanted to work. I never had an argument with my team about that. They believed in that concept, just like I did. But in this particular case, to get to that, we create education programs. Those education programs are around salespeople that sell the products to consumers to make sure they're telling the consumer the absolute correct information about those products, and those certifications, more importantly, deal with repair by way of the technicians. The cost of our certification programs is very, very significant. And we do it for one reason: to protect the consumer. Now you're asking us, by way of this bill, to open up independent retailers across the country, or across the state of Colorado in this particular case, with nothing in this bill that says that repair center has to become certified by the manufacturer. Nothing at all. So that means they can go to work on a watch. I probably shouldn't tell you what this one costs because it's a first edition, limited edition that was given to me every year that I led the company. But this watch is about $5,000. Do you want a person working on a $5,000 electronic watch that hasn't been certified as a technician from the manufacturer? Not me. Not under any circumstances do I want that to happen. That's not fair to the manufacturer. It is not fair to the retailers that have spent a great deal of time and money themselves getting their people certified. In this bill, we just open it to everybody with no education, including the consumer, with no education. And our sponsors say to us, they can do that. They can use substitute parts that can't void the warranty. Guess what happens then? And they don't think this happens very often. What happens next is that consumer finds out by a way of an electronic display on their watch that something didn't work. This bill says we can't do that. We can't tell the consumer that someone or themselves have just done a repair that in fact made the product not work. We can't display that. We can't show them that. So if we can't show them that, what happens? It doesn't work. What's the next step? The next step is to our customer service group for all manufacturers dealing with these independent retailers or consumers that something went wrong and it's our fault. It's not their fault because they put the wrong part in. It's not their fault because they put the part in upside down. It's not their fault because they didn't replace every single seal in a timepiece when as soon as that timepiece is opened, those seals degenerate immediately because of air. Nope. So what do we do now? Do we tell the consumer that's gone through this, we're going to void your warranty because you didn't take this to a certified technician? Nope, we can't do that. So what do we have to do? We've got to repair it now the correct way, hoping we can repair it from the damage that's been done, or we have to unfortunately tell the consumer that that product is now not functioning because it wasn't repaired properly, and now we either have to give them a product for free at our expense, or we got to figure out a way to repair it to their satisfaction. Folks, I'm sorry. I actually signed off on the agriculture bill last year because of the fact that I understood that equipment in many cases could be hundreds of miles from an authorized retailer and technician. We set up these authorized technical centers all across the country so they're convenient to our consumers. We spend a fortune to educate them. We get them the proper parts. We take them step by step how they're to repair these products. And this bill just says, we don't care. You folks are abusing consumers, and therefore we're going to step in and tell you how to do it. That's wrong. That is wrong for every leader, manager of a company that runs ethical companies for the purposes of keeping our consumers first and foremost. And if you don't believe that, again, I will tell you something that I told our 1,700 employees all the time. We don't have a company without loyal consumers. It doesn't exist. And don't ever forget that every day that you walk in here. So I'm sorry. I'm firmly against this. I'm also offended by the fact that a person that has the most experience in manufacturing and brand management and technical certification. I wrote the technical certification manual for several of our companies long before I became CEO. Not to at least say, Rick, what do you think? Amazes me. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, thank my colleague from Mesa County for engaging on this bill, and to say I'm sorry we didn't reach out to you. I mean, this bill has been out for a while. We have been working on it for a while. I mean, I can't always think about what everybody's expertise is and what they do in here to tell them. But I mean, the bill says specifically here on page 11 about the independent repair providers. An independent repair provider shall provide the owner seeking services written notice provided on site in a conspicuous location at the independent repair provider's premises for providing services or provided in an email to the owner indicating that an independent repair provider is not an authorized repair provider of the digital equipment's manufacturer, and whether the independent repair provider in providing services uses any new or used replacement parts obtained from a supplier other than the manufacturer. It's transparent. And you know what? I mean, I have a watch that I did not pay $5,000 for. I think I paid $750. And I've been reluctant to get it fixed because I want to make sure it gets done right. If I had a $5,000 watch, I would not be taking it to a vacuum cleaner repair shop to get it done. I would be taking it to the people who know that thing inside and out. And this does not preclude any consumer or anybody from not going back to the manufacturer to get the repair done by them if they so choose. But for other people who wants to get it done now, wants to get it fixed now, wants to get their phone fixed now, wants to get that screen on so they can get back up and running, and they don't really care about the full functionality of it, they just want to get that thing through the next year till they can get that next phone, they can do that. It's going to save consumers a lot of money because they'll have options. They'll be able to do what's right for them. And if what's right for them is taking their $5,000 watch to the manufacturer to get fixed, they can still do that. And I would encourage them to probably just do that because that's an expensive watch. But nothing stops them from doing that. It gives more options for it, just like the agriculture repair bill did. It gave farmers the option to go different places to get their stuff done. This also does that. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I missed something, but the part, as I understood it from the sponsor, was that anybody can repair it with any replacement part, and the company would still have to honor the warranty instead of, and right now that's effectively true. I mean, well, what's true is anybody can repair it with any replacement part, but the company does not have to honor the warranty. You've taken possession of it, and if you alter that, if you open up the back when the sticker says do not open because it voids your warranty, and you open that anyways, and then you take it in and say, well, my warranty, I poked around in it for a little while, or I had my cousin poke around a little while in it. He wasn't certified to do anything, but he had a screwdriver, so he gave it a shot. My understanding from what the sponsor said is that the company would still have to honor the warranty. Is that true, or can the warranty be voided if it's not an authorized repair shop?
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good question, Representative DeGraff, although I do believe that you are unintentionally slightly conflating some things. So the current state of the law under Magnuson-Moss is that tie-in sales provisions aren't allowed. These are provisions that state or imply that a consumer must buy or use an item or service from a particular company to keep their warranty coverage. So some examples of a prohibited tie-in sales provision. To keep your new Plenum brand vacuum cleaner warranty in effect, you must use genuine Plenum brand filter bags. Failure to have scheduled maintenance performed at your expense by Great American Maintenance Company, Inc. voids this warranty. That would be unlawful under the Magnuson-Moss Act as it currently stands. At the same time, it is permissible to disclaim warranty coverage for defects or damage caused by the use of parts or service you didn't provide. So here's an example of a permissible provision in that circumstance. Necessary maintenance or repairs on your Audio Mundo stereo system can be performed by any company. Damage caused to the Audio Mundo stereo system by you or any non-authorized third party, however, may void this warranty. So I think a lot of the debate, we're actually chasing a ghost here because the current status of the law, warranty law, already addresses, I think, a lot of the concerns that you're getting at. What this bill does is something different. It says that in an unregulated market with no restrictions, certain actors are going to tend towards monopoly and cartel behavior. And we all know this to be true. An unregulated market without any restrictions whatsoever leads to concentrated wealth and power. And so there needs to be a reasonable level of restrictions. One of the ways market participants have engaged in manipulation is that the largest manufacturers have engaged in this restrictive parts pairing, this making it hard to get instructions on how to repair, actually gluing components to each other so that if you try to repair them, the whole thing breaks. Okay? When you do that, you are manipulating the secondary market for repairs, which ultimately lowers supply and drives up price. The manufacturers know this. No one can begrudge someone trying to make a profit, but rent-seeking behavior is supposed to be unlawful. What this bill does is it gets out ahead of these issues, and it says this type of conduct is anti-competitive and it would be unlawful in Colorado. It does not upend Magnuson-Moss warranty law. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Okay, but going back to your, and I appreciate all that, and I don't certainly want to be conflating stuff, and it's hard to get a full study on this. But earlier, my understanding was somebody puts in a replacement part, an aftermarket replacement part, that's not been certified by the company. No matter who does it, would the warranty have to be honored if there was they put in a new replacement part or a non-certified technician and then it doesn't work, is the warranty still in effect?
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. I'll try to be more clear. No, if someone takes their product to get repaired and in the course of repairing it, the unauthorized person using unauthorized parts ends up breaking the device or failing to fix it, etc., it is no longer the manufacturer's duty under the Magnuson-Moss warranty law that is currently in effect and remains unchanged by this bill.
Thank you. Representative Hartsick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's interesting. Last session, we had a similar bill, the right to repair bill on equipment and other things. At first, that made sense. Until you dig into it and you find out that we're talking a lot about intellectual property. We're talking about people that go through an extensive professional career development and training to do this work. As my colleagues talked about from the Western Slopes earlier, they go through a lot of training. They have a lot of backup, a lot of professionalism. Now, there's nothing wrong with taking apart lawnmowers and other things on your own if you want to assume that responsibility. As my colleague from Weld, I did the same thing when I was a kid too. However, sometimes I think this chamber gets confused on rights. Earlier we were arguing about the Second Amendment, and now we're arguing about a right to repair. We have a right suddenly to someone else's intellectual property. We have a right to do whatever. Now the consumers obviously are entitled to do whatever they wish with their money, their personal property. They can take it to any repair shop or person that they so wish. But a repair business to say that they have a right to someone else's intellectual property, I fundamentally disagree with. If you develop something out there and you developed the proverbial better mousetrap, and you had a better way to market something and a better product, are you going to give all of your sweat, equity, and intellectual work away to someone else because they now have a right to repair what you developed, what you looked at? And then we can say, oh, well, there's a patent and there's this and there's that. But what happened to our intellectual rights? Our property rights that you're developing something. Same thing if you have tractors out there, and there's a lot of major tractors where you look at Case, John Deere, International, there's a whole bunch. They all developed it with their own intellectual property for their specific functions. And they can work on theirs, and sometimes they can work on other tractors. But to say that anybody out there can demand that you give up that intellectual information, that proprietary information, or the mechanics that go to work there, or the manufacturing repair people that go to work to learn how to do this, all of a sudden, they're going to lose that income because somebody else has a right to repair? I mean, I'm all for competition, but when the government, via a bill, weights one side over another, that's no longer competition. That's the government taking sides. If somebody wants to repair something, great, they can do that. If they want to take it to somebody because it's cheaper, okay, that's fine. I wouldn't advise it, but that's their choice. But when we start saying that somebody's got to give up a repair shop and the person that developed that intellectual property has to give up how to do it, then no, I disagree with that fundamentally. Because nobody has a right to take something from me that I developed, that I created. That is not correct. That's not fair. And that would not be right. And then if we even look down the road, we haven't even talked about the second and third order effects, especially when consumers are the ones that are going to be looking at, oh, well, this shop does it for this price, this shop does it for this price, and this shop, who's the authorized dealer, well, they're a lot more expensive, so what's the difference? So now consumers are having to look at different ways to compare and contrast, and that's a consumer's job. I won't disagree with that. But now as a government body, we are deliberately weighting one side saying, oh, I can repair your things for cheaper, yet failing. And it says, you know, they can disclose that they're a not authorized dealer. Honestly, do you think a lot of people dig into that? I don't think so. Otherwise, we wouldn't have consumer complaint departments. Because if everybody did all their homework and everybody did everything correctly, we wouldn't have consumer complaint departments. And those are in manufacturing, long-term, large businesses. So clearly, consumers don't. So if the goal here is to do this, to help the consumers, maybe we should make things less complicated, less obtrusive that's out there. And if you're an authorized dealer, then you deal that product, you sell that product, you repair that product, and you warranty it. If you're not an authorized dealer, then you can repair whatever, but if you get into dealing with somebody else's intellectual property and their warranties, then yes, is part of that on the consumer, but it certainly isn't fair in the competition. I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you for that. And, you know, I agree with you that competition is good. And competition is in the spirit of capitalism. So, you know, having options of where you want to repair, that's a good problem to have. But with respect to intellectual property, I don't want to see people lose their intellectual property either. That's why on page 10, line 7, with respect to digital electronic equipment, nothing in this section requires a manufacturer to license any intellectual property, including in obtaining a copyright or patent for any intellectual property unless such licensing is necessary for providing services. Requires the distribution of a product's source code, requires a manufacturer to make available without authorization from the owner special documentation, tools, or parts that would disable or override any anti-theft security measures from the owner's digital electronic equipment that the owner has set forth in this digital equipment, or shall be construed to require any original manufacturer or authorized repair provider to make available any parts, tools, or documentation required for the diagnosis, maintenance, or repair of digital electronic equipment in a manner that is inconsistent with or in violation of any federal law, such as the federal law regarding gaming and entertainment consoles related to software components. So that's very, very clear that we don't want intellectual property to be jeopardized. We want competition. That's what this bill does. Still ask for a yes vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just bring this up one more time on stakeholding. Stakeholding is a two-way street. I'll be the first to say with my duties right now, I wasn't able to reach out to the sponsors. I also heard about stakeholding that the door was open today. It's a two-way street. You folks can reach out to us as well. It doesn't have to be a one-way street, and I would prefer it not to be a one-way street. The other thing I want to bring to your attention, there is nothing on section 7 that begins on page 10, and I'm not going to read it to you, lines 26, 27, 26 and 27, going through line 11 on page, line 11 on page 11. There's no discussion of warranty in this whatsoever. Nothing. It says, and I quote, "A manufacturer shall not use parts pairing to." Nowhere in that does that say if somebody puts a part in there that damages the product or damages another component or damages the overall product, nowhere does it say the manufacturer has the absolute right to say, this voids our warranty. Nowhere in the repair does it say that. And this one has to do with parts pairing. I again will say, we spend millions of dollars making sure our components work together. If you're going to tell the consumer they can break that pairing, the least you can tell them is that may cause a problem with the warranty from the manufacturer. And on top of that, you tell them that we can't give them a digital display, that this is not functioning properly. How is that fair to the consumer? The only recourse the consumer now has is to get a hold of a group they should have talked with, an authorized, certified technician and/or the manufacturer. And again, when I talk to the sponsors, they say, oh, Rick, that's just not a big deal. Well, you've never run a manufacturing brand business, and you don't know how upset consumers get when something's not repaired properly.
Thank you. Representative Woodrow. Is there any further discussion on HB 241121? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of HB 241121 as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. 1121 as amended is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1121 as amended, 1222, and 1252 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered and grossly placed on the calendar for third reading final passage. House Bills 1021 and 1229 laid over until March 12, 2024.
Representative Kipp. Members, you've heard the motion. There are no amendments. The question before the House is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Bockenfeld, how do you vote? Representative Bockenfeld, we'll come back to you. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Epps votes no. Representative Bockenfeld, you are on mute. Representative Bockenfeld is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 ayes, 16 no, and 8 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we have some announcements. I am going to start, and I'd ask for your attention. On Friday, there were several members who were informing the body that they would be absent today. I think there was laughter and applause when that started. I want to recognize that we do have a more relaxed atmosphere in here, and I think at the time it was funny. However, Representative Holtorf in particular is gone today for very difficult reasons. He is at the funeral for his grandson. And there certainly was no intention by myself, I trust any of you, to be making fun of that situation. So I extend my apologies to Representative Holtorf and his family. Wanted to make you all aware. We were having audio and video problems that day with his connection. I don't know that any of you heard his reason, but wanted to be sure you were aware. Thank you. Other announcements and introductions. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. House Finance will meet in 10 minutes downstairs to hear House Bills 1219, 1089, 1268, 1316. We will not be hearing 1142 today. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee, we will be meeting at 2:15 in LSBA to hear House Bill 1283 and Senate Bill 135.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources will be meeting at 2:15 in room 107 to hear Senate Bill 148 and House Bill 1249.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This may make Madam Speaker a little angry, so I hope she's holding on, but I want to congratulate the Durango High School hockey team. They won the 4A state championship, and they beat Summit County 4-2, so I'd like to say thank you. Congratulations to them.
Representative McLaughlin, I'm thrilled for Durango, too. We had never made it to state championships. We were pretty excited. Assistant Minority Leader Winter, did you have an announcement? Okay, thank you. I did want to welcome Breckenridge Elementary School fourth graders who were with us earlier. Sorry we missed you, Bulldogs. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
So today is the first day of Ramadan, and Muslims around the world $2 billion alike and $100,000 here in Colorado will be fasting. And like I said, 100,000 of which are our constituents. An info sheet was handed out last week about the basic tenets of Ramadan, as well as just things on how to navigate any Muslims that you may know during this month. It has also been emailed to you. If you would like to forward it, include it in newsletters or what have you. But I am asking that you share it with your community. I think it's an opportunity for us to bridge the gap and have this as a learning opportunity. During this month, Muslims and able-bodied Muslims are obligated to fast from sunrise to sunset, abstaining from all food and drink while striving to deepen our connection with our faith. Of course, there are exceptions, such as folks taking daily medication, such as chemo, or you're diabetic, if you're pregnant, breastfeeding like myself, among many other reasons. Another component of Ramadan is feeling with those less fortunate. And every year I stand here and I tell you how joyous of a month Ramadan should be. But this year is different for feeling with the less fortunate, and it's taken on a whole new meaning. And I would be remiss if I did not recognize the 2 million people in Gaza who are facing catastrophic food insecurity and ultimately making it impossible to observe this joyous month. Originally, I had planned on gifting every single one of us 2 pieces of dates, something that Muslims traditionally break our fast with at the end of each day. But seeing Christian and Muslim mothers alike and their children in Gaza starving and unable to produce breast milk, they have been forced to take a piece of Islamic tradition and wrap dates in a cloth for their babies to suck on in an effort for the babies to retain some resemblance of nutrients. I'm telling you this because Gaza has left Muslims and Christians reeling. It is imperative for everyone to recognize that many Muslims have toned down the excitement and celebrations, including holy days, over the next 30 days and the past 150. It is also important for every single one of us, regardless of any of our political leanings or preconceptions, to recognize the pleas of humanity and recognize that pain and disheartened joy. I want to thank all of you, for my colleagues from both sides of the aisle, standing and recognizing that shared humanity. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Tuesday, March 12, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 12th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.